We allow social injustice, gender inequality, and discrimination to limit our potentials as a continent. We also allowed wickedness and lack of mercy eat deep into the fabric of our society, to the extent that those on top do everything possible to make sure those below do not make it up, while those below do everything possible to pull those on top down to their level. And people now prefer to jump to the top overnight rather than go through a process. That is Saturday, December the 4th, 2021. 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Atlantic Time, 4:30 Homeland, 3:30 p.m. GMT, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Please join the Daughters of Truth talk show through the link and media outlets below. It's www.facebook.com/events. It's also available on YouTube or Lower Niger Radio 24/7. You can Google www.youtube.com/channel. Here is a young boy of, say, 5, 4, 6 years maximum, describing Nigeria as a deeply corrupt country, a country that is ruled by heartless leaders, crooks who have no concern for the people who are ready to steal to the bone, who have no shame, who have no feelings, heartless, like people that has no feeling whatsoever. They are ready to go broke in making sure that they rob the country dry, and they bank it in different countries. Names of Nigerian officials like members of the National Assembly, including Abacha, who is now dead. His money is still coming back to Nigeria, whom Buhari said earlier that he never stole anything. And the same thing Buhari will tell us, that he is not stealing. But his acolytes, his sidekicks, they are all stealing, banking overseas. Their children driving the most expensive cars. They are living opulent life because they don't care. Now this is what we are trying to extricate ourselves out of. And they are going broke in fighting those that are doing it peacefully to get out of Nigeria to save lives. Here's a young little child describing Nigeria as it really is. I hope you're able to pick up the little things this young man is delivering here. And after this, there will be an attempt by a lady to speak to the conscience of the men and women who are destroying Nigeria. But do they have ears to hear? Can they even decipher anything anymore? Enjoy it. Sitting allowance for coming to the chambers.
their seats, which would have been occupied by their grandchildren. Thus, we have more than a decade old Africa, thereby bringing on employment. I hope that I have been able to convince you that it is our leaders who should be blamed for corruption in our country. Thanks. Conclusion. Good day once again. I still maintain that leaders are responsible for corruption in Nigeria. My fellow citizens, have you ever been opportune to listen to news on televisions where our leaders at the National Assembly engage in fighting and punching themselves over bags of money and contracts? Instead of addressing the problems of our country, Nigeria, what a country! Bad leadership has denied us of the dividends that our past heroes that are acquired for us. Please, our leaders, drop down self-centeredness and bring back our country's glory. Certainly, if our leaders were good, the followers must be good too. Thank you.
The devil took hold of Nigeria when we began to have demons and soulless men and women as political leaders. This is where it has led Nigeria to the point where we're discussing into how many parts will the country break into or split into. And NENAS is offering the most peaceful pathway out of it. Referendum. Let's put Nigeria through the knife and see what happens. Here's the lady I referenced earlier on her call to have Nigeria sold so that if Nigeria is sold today, everybody will be going away without nothing because Nigeria has been borrowing. So they will have to settle those ones they owe because there is lien on Nigeria essentially. They have to pay all that they are owing before they know that they have no penny left for them or for the people.
Baba Buhari, please, I want you to listen to my advice. I'm sorry to give you advice. Baba Buhari, please don't borrow money for Nigeria anymore.
Does he have hearing ears?
Let us sell Nigeria. If we sell it, then you share every citizen of Nigeria their own money. Because your Kaaba, if you borrow another money come, they will thief the money. No light for our children to have something to do and make money to eat. They finish their school. They finish their university. No work, no anything. All our children turn to bandage. They turn to yahoo yahoo. Is it good? And your children, they are having light. All of you people children, not only you. Baba Buhari, your children from Babangida children, from Yakubu Gowon children, they are getting light 24 hours. Look at all the property you people are taking from Nigeria to Europe and keep it in Europe. Europe are working with Nigerian money. They are repairing their country. Then our own country is spoiling. Baba Buhari, let us sell Nigeria. Let us sell it. Then we can have peace. You too, you will have peace. Baba Buhari, I'm sorry to say it. We are fed up. Baba Buhari, dan Allah dan Annabi. Ka bari a siyar da Najeriya. Ka bari a siyar da Najeriya in kana son kwanciyar hankali. A siyar da Najeriya. In an siyar da Najeriya za ka samu kwanciyar hankali. Yaranku suna kwana suna tashi. Ba abin da ya same su, suna da security. Suna da mai gadi. Suna da masu yi musu abinci. Suna da komai. Dukiyar Najeriya ya tsaya hannun yaranku duka. Ba kai kadai ba, ya fara daga kan Baba Yakubu Gowon zuwa Baba Babangida, zuwa Atiku duka dukiyar Najeriya na turai su kuma suna aiki da dukiyar Najeriya suna amfani da shi a garinsu suna gyara garinsu amma duk garin Najeriya ya lalace kafin a yi wata 2 uku ku ce za ku je aron kuɗi to in ma an kasa ba ku kuɗi ma za ku ɗauke mana yara ku yi aron kuɗi da shi ẹ máa gbé wa lọ́mọ ọmọ wa ló dẹ̀kù tẹ́ fi yáwó ń gbò báyà bàbá Buhari àwọn ọmọ wa ò ríṣẹ́ wọn ò rí náà fi ṣiṣẹ́ tí iná bá wà níṣẹ́ bí wọ́n lè ṣe nǹkan ọwọ́ wọn tí wọ́n sì máa fi jẹun àwọn ọmọ jáde yunifásitì kò ṣiṣẹ́ ṣó yẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Buhari ẹ̀yin kàbá ẹ wo létí Òṣòmọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ wo ẹ́stéètì Òṣòmọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ wo ẹ́stéètì Jonathan ẹ wo ẹ́stéètì ìyàwó Jonathan ṣódà ẹ wo ẹ́stéètì ẹ wo góòlù Dezani ìyẹn wà ní London ó lóun síkì asylum ní London owó rẹ̀ ń kọ́ góòlù ń kọ́ bàbá Buhari a yi hakuri mana ka duba mace kawai ga gold 14 billion gold kadai nata minus property house property ga su baba Atiku da property a cikin Dubai ga kudade kuntun fix kudaden Najeriya cikin garin Europe su kuma suna jara garin su da shi amma yunwa na kashe yaran talaka a siyar da Najeriya mu samu kudin mu kowa ya samu nashi kowa ya samu haƙin shi Yarabawa sun ce sun gaji Fulani ma sun gaji Igbo ma sun gaji Hausawa ma sun gaji kai kowa ya gaji in ya so in dai suna Najeriya shine yake kawo mana wannan jaraba a sake suna torí kíni tó bá jẹ́ orúkọ tá a fi ń pe Nàìjíríà ní ń dà wá láàmú ni ká change orúkọ Yorùbá lòun ń lọ Yíbò lòun ń lọ ẹ jẹ́ kó ní kálukú ó ṣe tiẹ̀ nígbà tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá rówó yá mọ́ ńṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa lẹ́ẹ̀lọ́ fi yáwó bàbá Buhari ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ ta Nàìjíríà èmi ó sìn ọ dé China o á ta Nàìjíríà yìí náà ni kẹ́ ẹ fún oníkálukú lówó rẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká ta Nàìjíríà kẹ́ ẹ fún oníkálukú ní owó ẹ̀ ntọ́ bá kàn nìyẹn ẹni tí ó bá dúró lé Haúsá yóò dúró lé Haúsá ẹni bá máa dúró lé Yíbò yóò dúró lé Yíbò ẹni bá máa dúró lé Yorùbá yóò dúró lé Yorùbá ó ti tó gẹ́ o.
And so what she's saying is that there has been unfortunate people in government who have robbed the Nigerian system down, have stolen everything. Somebody like Adam Oshiomhole built estate from nowhere, from being a labor leader to becoming a big-time estate owner. Somebody like Rochas Okorocha in Imo State went into government in the state and robbed the state dry. She mentioned a number of people. Obasanjo, Olusegun Obasanjo, the ever-willing slave to the north. Like every single one of them. Desiani, who after robbing the country went to seek asylum in UK. I don't know how that works, but she's there. So this is the lot of Nigeria. It has never been well with the country because evil is sitting right at the top. And there is nothing that will fix Nigeria except a binding multi-regional referendum. Because when you consider all that is going on in Nigeria, all that is happening to Nigeria, all that has befallen Nigeria, you can only trace it back to the criminal, ill-intended 1999 Constitution. To fix it, you go back again to the basics, to the very foundation, to the very anchor that is holding the country, the Constitution. When you sort it out, the country will be okay.
Anything that will make you depend on this country called Nigeria, you are finished. You are doomed. Because you are suffering, you are smiling. Not punishing people that went and nominate the Jagaban of Lagos, Tinubu. Stupid Nollywood people that is supposed to be thinking about the people that die in Target. They are busy endorsing Jagaban as the next president. President will kill them there. If Jagaban rule this country as Nigeria, will leave this country. You will not see me again. He will not come and say, stupid man. He cannot come back to do what? Old man like that. Old man, when we are still alive, young men like us, you rule our grandfather, you rule our great-grandfather, you rule our father. You want us, you don't even rule us. You want to rule our grandchildren.
And he knows Sabi. He knows Sabi.
Anybody that we endorse Tinubu, that person family, they will not enjoy 2022.
Hey.
Anybody that we endorse Tinubu for presidency, bad thing will begin to happen to that person.
Amen.
Your Nollywood career is dead. Your Nollywood career is dead. Ipapu. Now be said now Nollywood now keep people where die for toll gates. If they went and endorsed their king Oga Patapata as president, the man who was accused that happened about his business that was locked down in Tollgate. The same you people who are crying for the people that was killed in Tollgate to come and they need justice. The same you people went and endorsed Tinubu. Utumagewe ba. Ebenorewe ogbewe. Akurada kiro you when you otagami begege like be ogakebo tiegebe ogakebe geti. Ugawe no trace me or sememe you ebe. Oh, punish them. Stupid John Okafor, get out! I'm ashamed. The little small respect one I get for Nollywood. The small respect one I get, I don't go spoil out.
He is speaking of the 2023. Nigerians can only get common sense now by going for a referendum. 2023 will hand Nigeria over to the same people that has enjoyed taking Nigerians hostage. And so the only way people will be free and begin to experience freedom is by going for referendum vote. It makes sense to go for that and get this problem solved once and for all, for the long term. Otherwise, going for election is only buying time, extending time for the slave chain to be around our necks. We can destroy that by going against people like Tinubu and the rest of them, including Ojo Zokalo. Those of them, who, Rocha Sokorocha, those who see nothing wrong with Nigeria, but they want to be the Southern president of Nigeria. Yeah, Tinubu can lay claim. He will say he will contest because, after all, it is his formation. It's his alliance that put Buhari in office. So he has a foot in the door, literally. But for the interest of Southwest, for the interest of Oduduwa, for the interest of Southern Nigeria, including Middle Belt, for the interest of our lower Niger territory, Middle Belt and Oduduwa land, Bola Ahmed Tinubu need to wake up from his dream and realize that the end of the slave era is here.
We have not recovered from the Buhari they gave to us. They are bringing another one for us. Let's come and do campaign this business. Let's come and do campaign. We'll see there. And the one waiting, they want to tell us for this 2023 election. Thief, criminal, hungry Nollywood. Nobody go kill now, Lord. True. Bag of rice, now go kill now. That money where Tinubu give you now when I tell you, now go kill. That's the last money you probably eat in this life. It will never be well with you and your children. In Jesus' name. If you like me, your brother, then Nollywood and does and you not talk amen, you use your head. Can I say in Jesus' name? May God punish them. With a suffer, with a smile. They will do us like they will kill us. They will do this one. No light. This is what they tell for them. No light. No road. Only two things we have. Give us light. Give us road. We don't see anyone. They say they kill us, trainer. Beat us, trainer. If we talk, they beat us, trainer. And if any of you vote for Tinubu in this church, if you vote for Tinubu, if you... I know you're not going to even come out self. I know say you're not going to come out. But if I see you say nah Tinubu, now you want vote for, we place focus for you and your full generation.
Even if any government, including this one, just have a onye na-ele biya palọ na-ele mmanya erite nri ya afụ ego o ji eri nri mkpọtụ ga-akarịa n'ịma dis crude. Nigeria nwe a na-ele 65 to 70.
It's ringing. Yeah. Not the gun grab. Ha. The land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or some occasions, but never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities, for being fully rubber-stamped, the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyemi, on the floor of the state calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance, or if the Murumiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which foreign power is willing to send its boys and girls without cause to die patrolling the streets and woods of a foreign land? The Senate knows, or ought to know, that the impeachment and removal of even a threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy, and some serious crackdown on insecurity, with banishment of death as a totem of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better, but sitting there with heads buried in the sand, speechifying hollow and meaningless anger insults our intelligence. Death came to Bowen, a school in Lagos, because the kids there see death on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he had to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten down mercilessly. Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
Arise to I'm Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of Kogi West. And like Mr. President, we attest to it. I personify the masses of this country. And each time I speak from the language of the man on the street. Mr. President, insecurity is a serious problem today in Nigeria. And there comes a time when you cannot but speak the truth, irrespective of the sentiment you may share. Today, Mr. President, all of us have been threatened. Our families, our nation, our state. Order. A lot has been said this morning, Mr. President, and I want to thank you for giving us time to speak expressly on this issue. Like my sister was saying, there comes a time when talk will talk itself. There comes a time when truth will become like a torchlight in the midst of silence. So you are forced to talk. Mr. President, we need not run away from the fact that more than ever before in the history of our nation, this is the worst instability we are facing. In fact, this is worse than the Civil War.
Are you in PDP?
Mr. President, the solution is very simple. Today, there are a lot of misgiving, a lot of misinterpretations of what is happening. Some people believe some people in government are supporting this move. Some people believe some people sponsor those who are destabilizing our nation within the country. The answer is very simple. We cannot pretend that we are capable of confronting the situation in our hands. America, as powerful as they are, when the pandemic came, got to a point that China had to come, they came to their rescue. We shouldn't pretend that we needed foreign support now. Let nobody deceive us, Mr. President. A lot of billions of naira have been voted for security services. Nothing is coming out of it. We wouldn't wait until our nation gets bombed. Let us shout and call for foreign support. I am a APC man and I've been supporting my party. But the president should get to know that it has gotten to a point that we who are supporters, who are members of the APC, we can no longer keep quiet. The president must rise to the occasion. You will not see the truth and you are afraid to say it because you will die. We must open, Mr. President, the nation is on fire. The president must rise to the occasion. It costs us nothing to get foreign support. We must rise to the occasion. We must bring in people to save this country, or else we will be consumed. Every one of us will have a chapter for history. Whenever the history of this period will be written, whatever is our position, we have a chapter. We cannot keep quiet any longer. It has gotten to a point that we cannot sleep with our two eyes closed. We are not free. Our children are not free. The president must rise to the occasion. There is no nation that is so powerful that doesn't need support of other nations. Individual cannot say you will leave the world without any other person with you. So we must rise. The situation is our security system has collapsed. It has failed. And because it has failed, we need to look for foreign support. It costs Nigeria nothing. Forget the ego, forget the superiority of Nigeria in African nations. Today, we are facing serious problems. If our nation is to survive this period, I'm not in doubt that the security architecture we have today cannot cope with what we are facing. Every part of this country is threatened. From the north to the south, nobody is safe. Nobody can travel 50 kilometers in our nation. I feel like shedding tears for a country that we grew up, where nobody harassed you when you travel from Lagos to Maiduguri. I done it in times past. Today I cannot travel from here to Kaduna to Niger State where I was born. The president must know that this is a bad time for our nation. We must look for foreign support to save this nation. This is my position, Mr. President. We must rise to it. They are killing people in the east, in the west, in the south, in the north. We should shut it down in the National Assembly. Let's shut it down. If we cannot save this country, we stay in our homes. Our country is bleeding. People are in poverty. There's no food. People are hungry. Insecurity is threatening us. We cannot pretend. It's better we're not here. There's no see that here. People are dying. Every day Nigerians are dying. We must rise to the occasion. As show me, Mr. President.
We're still dressing the surface of the wound without dealing with the core symptoms. Nigeria's problem is the constitution. Let's subject this country to referendum. It's a peaceful call. It's a democratic demand. Skirting around it cannot heal Nigeria. Skirting around it or trying to avoid it will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria for the long term? Referendum vote. And that's what Ninas is calling for. It will happen in the Middle Belt, in the Lower Niger Territory, and in the Oduduwa Nation. This is the most patriotic step to take. Unfortunately, do those in government have any chest for this? Are they even thinking? Or they are partying every day like nothing is going wrong with the country? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Jesus, while speaking of people who hear him and follow him, described such as a house that is built on a rock. He said, those that hear him are like a man which built an house and digged deep and laid the foundation on a rock. Now what this tells me is that foundation is important in whatsoever we want to build. And current Nigeria, by its own admission, was not set up on a good foundation. Current Nigeria that is anchored on the 1999 Constitution is on a shallow ground. There is nothing deep behind Nigeria. Even by Nigeria's own current institutions set up by Obasanjo or whoever, ICPC, is telling us that the cost of governance is unbelievable. So whatever they could not steal is used in servicing the government that is doing nothing for the people. So he says, restructure Nigeria into 6 regions. Budget office tells federal government. The reporters here are Tunde Ajaja, Tope Omogbolagu, and Kayode Oyero. December 4th, 2021, the Budget Office of the Federation has said restructuring Nigeria into 6 regions is pivotal to reducing the high cost of governance. It noted that the number of ministers also needs to be pruned and the number of political office holders and their aides reduced, lamenting that the huge recurrent expenditure had constrained the provision of good roads, steady power supply, health care services, quality education and quality shelter, etc. This, it said, had contributed to observable underperformance of the economy, slow growth and current infrastructural challenges. These recommendations were contained in a report by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission at its 3rd National Summit on Diminishing Corruption in the Public Sector, held at the State House Conference Center, Abuja, on Tuesday. That's ICPC, and Buhari attended this event. The event with the theme, Corruption and Cost of Governance, New Imperatives for Physical Transparency, was attended by the President, Major General Muhammadu Buhari. That tells me this is Punch reporting this. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Tanko Mohammed, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, and the Chairman of ICPC, Professor Bolaji Owasanoye, SAN, among others. The ICPC report referenced the Budget Office as blaming the high cost of governance on bloated cabinet size, high cost of elections, corrupt budget practices, multiplicity of ministries, departments and agencies, and a high number of political office holders and their aides. Even Osinbajo, it was revealed some years back that he had 30-something people in his office, Osinbajo, the vice president. And that's just mentioning people from his neck of the wood. It said a direct result of the expensive governance structure was that less than 30% of federal government's resources were available to fund the much-needed capital projects. However, the Budget Office, according to this document, recommended that the government should prioritize completion of ongoing projects, restructure Nigeria into 6 regions, and reduce the number of ministers, and build a more efficient civil service and conduct periodic staff audit. It added that Millennium Development Agencies, or MDAs, should consider government fiscal position in reviewing salaries, adopt a cost-effective electoral system, and limit the number of aides of political office holders. While highlighting the drivers of the high cost of governance, the document quoted the Budget Office as saying that Nigeria has a large cabinet with 27 ministers, 16 ministers of state, and 27 ministries, adding that MDAs, Millennium Development Agencies, raise their personnel cost by engaging in indiscriminate recruitment without clearance from the Budget Office. Nigeria is a dysfunctional country. Everything is upside down with the country. Nigeria has about 934 MDAs with duplicated functions in 541 public corporations and enterprises. And what this ICPC is advising will not happen because the unitary system will not allow this to happen. All that they are doing now is just trying to scatter around the call for multi-regional referendum vote for our people to either recommit or decide to leave Nigeria. This is why they are skirting around, creating all these lies, all these jokes that they are maybe trying to make a difference. The Budget Office lamented that personnel costs for the past 3 years gulped 9.7 trillion naira, adding that cost of governance had generally been on the rise and personnel costs represent significant proportion of the spending. According to the report, MDA's recruitment spending rose from 3.61 trillion in 2015 to almost double, 5.26 trillion in 2008, and 7.9 trillion in 2020. By now, it has more than doubled up. This excludes the cost of government-owned enterprises and transfers to the National Assembly and the National Judicial Council. Those are the areas that share the Nigerian money, the oil money that is flowing from the Niger Delta, the riverine areas. These are the agencies sharing it. The federal government, the court, the National Assembly, and the Judicial Council. The report continues. Recurrent spending accounted for 40% of actual recurrent spending in 2020, while overhead was just 3%. Cost of governance has generally been on the rise, and personnel costs represent a significant proportion of the spending, it added. The President, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, and several other leaders had repeatedly stated the need to reduce the cost of governance. Only in their words, they don't do nothing about it. But not much has been done to actualize it. Nigeria can draw up all kinds of documents and reports, and all speeches will be made. Different people will show up with their 70 vehicle escort or convoy. At the end of the day, nothing is done as a follow-up to have it done, to get the job done. And all this is happening because Nigeria is a dead country begging for burial. And the burial of Nigeria will happen through referendum vote. That's what NINAS has been peacefully, quietly, steadily advising, and it's not looking away from it. Because it's a job, it's a job that must be done. Meanwhile, there has been an increasing public clamor for restructuring, with socio-political groups like Afenifere, Ohaneze, Pan Niger Delta Forum, and Southern Middle Belt Leaders Forum, Northern Elders Forum, Arewa Consultative Forum, and the Coalition of Northern Groups. And I must add, NINAS is the body that covers all the groups mentioned in the Delta, Middle Belt, and Afenifere. That's this area, these groups are partners with NINAS. And all that you're hearing is that these groups now, the Afenifere, Ohaneze, Pan-Niger Delta Forum, the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum, Northern Elders Forum, Arewa Consultative Forum, and the Coalition of Northern Groups, insisting that it is the only way the country could return to the path of progress. Restructuring. The presidency had, in response to the agitations, asked the proponents to approach the National Assembly with their requests. Like National Assembly hold solution to Nigeria's existential problem? No, they don't. We're talking about the Constitution. The National Assembly cannot give us Constitution. The people can. The people. Nigerians born in Nigeria or born outside Nigeria, Nigerians that are all over Nigeria, in the Middle Belt, in the Southern Nigeria, and in diaspora all over the world. These are the people that will give Nigeria new constitutions for their regions to either recommit or go for outright separation. Why we can't punish those behind budget duplication? Budget Office. The Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Mr. Ben Akabueze, on Friday disagreed with the ICPC. Now, this is a dysfunctional system. Look what the Budget Office is now doing. They are countering the ICPC. Mr. Ben Akabueze on Friday disagreed with ICPC, saying only 185 projects were found to be duplicated in the 2021 budget. Can you imagine that? No shame. And not 257 as announced by the Commission. Jesus. He said it was beyond the responsibility of the Budget Office to discipline those responsible for the duplication because the staff of the MDAs who prepared their budgets were not answerable to his office. Always passing the buck, just like Muhammadu Buhari. He continued passing the buck until 4 or 5 years. Then he started ignoring the people entirely. Otherwise, he was always blaming the other government, the government before him. An Islamist. He, however, argued that errors were inevitable since the budget was prepared by human beings. There you go. But that those culpable for the willful duplication of projects should be fished out by the ICPC and prosecuted. Always passing the buck. Dysfunctional country. The ICPC chairman had at the summit said 257 projects amounting to 20.138 billion naira were duplicated in the 2021 budget. That's how money is stolen from the system. That's why there will be potholes all over the road, all over the country. That's why nothing works. There will be no electricity, there will be no water supply, there will be nothing. There will be no social safety net for the people. It will never happen because the country is being run by criminals at every level, from the person you meet at the door to the top, including the presidency, and from everybody. Something is happening at the local government and in the state offices. It is messed up everywhere. And they are skirting around the call for referendum. He said the ICPC came up with a report which they sent to us about duplicated projects in the budget. We did our own review and found that 54 of those projects were actually not duplicated. There were issues with project description, which made them look the same. They never found out, they never did anything about all this until ICPC came out with their report. And yet, people are still in their offices, in their positions. Nobody is disciplined, nobody is fired, nobody is facing trial. Every project in the budget has a unique identifier, and for the projects found to be duplicated, funding was withheld. 185 projects were found to be duplicated, 54 were not. What a country. Akubweze said there were about 20,000 projects in the budget, and that if only about 200 projects were duplicated, it amounts to about, now he's putting a very miserable percentage to this, 0.01%. That means it's very insignificant. It's insignificant. It doesn't matter. It's nothing. We shouldn't be bothered about that. He added that the total MDS in the budget estimate was under 4 trillion naira, and that the duplicated projects valued at about 20 billion was about 0.005%. See how Nigeria minimized the impact of their criminality? Government officials. They make it look like it's nothing. He added, every system has a level of tolerance in terms of error. God forbid. It is human beings that prepared it. Some may be erroneous, some may be willful duplication, but the important thing is that there is self-correcting mechanism. The best of systems in the world, yes, have audit attached to them because there is an acknowledgement that something can be wrong. We work collectively with the ICPC, and it is part of its role as correcting mechanism. He, however, said that the budget office was working towards a zero level of such duplications. I said it earlier that Nigerians are never without letters or defenses. They will always try to explain it away. He added, at the level of the budget office, what we do is withhold funding for such projects, and to that extent, it doesn't create the sort of problem you alluded to, misuse of state resources. This is one government agency to another, and they have no shame about how dysfunctional they are. As to the discipline of those people, that's outside our own responsibilities. Always passing the buck. We look to the day where we have a structure within the budget office where the budget office can deploy its own personnel across the MDAs to hold them directly accountable. The staff who are involved in preparing this budget in the MDAs are not accountable to the budget office, and we have no line of responsibility to question them. He said the ICPC, with its investigative powers, would invite the people involved to find out if the duplications were willful actions intended to defraud the government or they were erroneous. This is a country where excuses flows from the top to bottom. So, and then moves from bottom again back to top. There is no responsibility by those who, unfortunately, are calling the shots across the country. And after all this, what do you find? The only option that is left for Nigeria is to go through a binding referendum so that this stupidity can begin to come under check. Right now, Nigeria doesn't have any credible leadership. The presidency is directly involved in terrorist activities in the country. The presidency of Muhammadu Buhari. And so, what's the solution? I will not be helpful if I don't mention the solution here. The solution is a binding multi-regional referendum, and that's what NINAS is helping put together. Buhari and his government doesn't have to do too much now. All they have to do is to seek help, and they will find that the help is within their reach. How to get Nigeria sorted out. Nigeria cannot self-fix. Like a deeply corrupt government like that of Muhammadu Buhari cannot clean up Nigeria, but he can initiate the referendum. He can help Nigeria get to the right path. And history will remember him for that also, and for other roles he has played so far. Delaying this can only extend the sorrow, the agony, the hatred, the malice, the national disintegration can only become more violent the more we prolong this. Nigeria is in a terrible situation as we speak, and those that wept their way into office to manage Nigeria are in total disarray. They have no idea what to do or what's happening. They are in absolute denial. ISWAP attacks military base in Borno, kills 7 soldiers. Nigerian soldiers probably couldn't read the Riot Act to them or the rules of engagement. They actually killed 7 Nigerian soldiers. And the entire Sambisa forest is not burned down yet, thanks to the benevolent government that repents terrorists, murderers, killers. Members of the Islamic State of West Africa province on Thursday killed no fewer than 7 members of Operation Hardin Kai, a military location or military base, in a failed attempt to attack a military base in Borno State. It was gathered that the terrorists mounted a gun truck and made effort to gain entrance into the camp, but were engaged by troops in a gun duel. A military source told one of our correspondents that 2 officers, including a commanding officer, were among those killed in the attack. The source added that the Air Force troops assisted the ground troops to repel the attack on its base and killed 24 ISWAP terrorists, Islamic State of West Africa province. 7 soldiers were killed yesterday. 2 are officers, the commanding officer and 1 other officer. 24 ISWAP terrorists were also killed in the attack. The Air Force component assisted ground troops to repel the attacks of the terrorists who came with gun truck. The Director of Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Onyema Nwachukwu, could not be reached for a comment. Calls to his line were not answered, and he has yet to respond to messages sent to him as of press time. This is from Punch newspapers. The fire is not going out on Nigeria, rather it's increasing, and that supports the call for a binding multi-regional referendum. All this is on December 5th of 2021. Punch. ISWAP moves 18 billion annual revenue through Nigeria's financial system, ECOWAS body reports. The Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa, established by the Economic Community of West African States, says Boko Haram splinter group Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP, an affiliate of ISIS, moved about 18 billion naira or $36 million generated from trading and taxing communities in the Lake Chad region through the Nigerian financial system annually. The group, set up by ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Governments in 2000, stated that both Boko Haram and ISWAP had continued to mobilize, move, and utilize funds through the nation's formal financial and commercial system. It noted that the government lacked adequate insight into Boko Haram and ISWAP international linkages and the abuse of the formal financial and commercial sectors. It said even though the Department of State Services had significant ability to identify and investigate terrorist financing activities, and that it even conducts parallel financial and terrorism investigation, there was little evidence of the effectiveness of such efforts. The will is not there because the government is involved at the top. The government is involved at the top. The group known as GIABA, stated this in its 2021 mutual evaluation report, where it also noted that Nigeria lacked an explicit policy to confiscate proceeds of crime or property of equivalent value, including terrorism financing. The government is involved. It also said the Nigerian government, led by the President, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, retired, failed to confiscate the assets of terrorists as stipulated in the Global Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorist Financing Standards. Nigeria has been battling Boko Haram insurgency for about 12 years, during which thousands have been killed, including civilians and soldiers. Several persons, including school children and women, were kidnapped, with many still in captivity, while millions have been displaced. Meanwhile, the GIABA, the West African body, report was adopted by the Global Financial Intelligence Agency, Financial Action Task Force, whose recommendations help authorities to go after the money of criminals dealing in illegal drugs, human trafficking, and other crimes. The report stated Boko Haram ISWAP pose significant terrorist financing risks that are challenging to disrupt, operating in large part outside the formal financial and commercial systems in the conflict zone. In these areas, Boko Haram and ISWAP are mainly able to live off the land through a variety of means, including kidnapping for ransom, extortion and taxation, raiding and controlling commercial activities. As with other forms of illicit financial activity, the pervasive use of cash enables these groups' funding. A study estimated ISWAP's revenue, deemed larger than Boko Haram's, is at up to $36 million annually, much of it from trading activity and taxation in the Lake Chad region. According to Nigerian authorities, both groups have also continued to mobilize, move, and utilize funds through the formal financial and commercial system as well, accounting for a relatively small portion of the terrorist funding activity, TF. These groups also engage in international trafficking activities, and as one adherents to the Islamic State, also have links with other regional and global terrorist networks. This perfectly agrees with what NINAS has been alerting the world over the years. What LNC NINAS has been making known, that there is connection between the terrorist bodies operating in northern Nigeria and the ISIS. The authorities believe that any external support from ISIS core may account for a small portion of ISWAP's overall revenues. However, trade with broader criminal networks that could extend to regional jihadist organizations appears to generate significant income for both Boko Haram and ISWAP. The Financial Action Task Force assessment noted that the Nigerian authorities did not prioritize terrorism financing investigations, as there were only a few terrorist financing prosecutions and convictions, which do not reflect the country's risk profile in terrorist financing. This is a very good indictment on the mismanagers of Nigeria. They are not doing enough. They are doing almost next to nothing to arrest, prosecute, and jail or kill those funding terror within the Nigerian. In fact, in the government, there is ISAP and TAMI. The government itself has been providing funding to Miyetti Allah, the owners of Fulani herdsmen terrorists. They know others who are sponsoring Boko Haram. They know them, but they don't have any desire to bother them, because they are doing the work of their father, Othman Danfodio. Notably, no individual, body, or corporation has been convicted in Nigeria for funding terrorism since the insurgency started in 2009, 11 years ago, soon to be 12 years ago. The task force said in the statement Nigeria has a significant but incomplete understanding of its terrorist financing threats and risks. It lacks adequate insight into Boko Haram's international linkages and abuse of the formal financial and commercial sector. The authorities do not prioritize terrorist funding investigations, as there are only a few terrorist funding prosecutions and convictions which do not reflect Nigeria's terrorist funding risks profile. The Department of State Services, Nigeria's lead counter-terrorist agency, has significant ability to identify and investigate terror funding activity. It conducts parallel financial investigations in conjunction with terrorist investigations. However, there is little evidence of the effectiveness of such efforts. But when they want to go after non-violent groups within the country, like killing non-violent demonstrators, they have all the energy, all the resources, all the ability to go out and shoot, move bodies, bury them in mass graves in secret places, and then return to wash off their blood from the ground to conceal evidence. The content of terror funding related suspicious transactions reports submitted to the NFIU, Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, has not been of demonstrable value, appearing to add little to Nigeria's CFT combating the financing of terrorism efforts. The agency maintained that Nigeria did not demonstrate effective legal and operational frameworks for seeking international cooperation, including for the recovery and repatriation of assets. The Nigerian government is not just failing Nigerians within Nigeria, but they are failing Nigeria in their lack of cooperation with other countries, or even sharing information on how to stop terrorist activity within the country. Again, because they have vested interest in what is going on. Nigeria did not demonstrate that it prioritizes and provides constructive information or assistance, including adequate, accurate, and current basic and beneficial owner information of legal persons promptly. It noted that the nation recently enacted the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act 2019 to streamline processes for mutual legal assistance. The Financial Task Force observed that the larger commercial banks and those affiliated with international groups have a good understanding of money laundering and terrorism financing risks. In contrast, it submitted that the non-bank financial sector, such as Bureau de Change, microfinance banks, and insurance intermediaries, have a low level of understanding of money laundering and terrorism financing risks, stressing that the level of supervision of registered licensed forex dealers was not commensurate with the risk of the sector. Another source where the terrorist groups move money through the Bureau de Change. At the same time, thousands of forex dealers operate informally and are entirely unsupervised, the GIABA report affirmed. Already, the Central Bank of Nigeria in July suspended sale of forex to BDCs, that's the Bureau de Change companies, due to what it termed illegal activity and corrupt tendencies. The CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, said Nigeria was the only country selling foreign exchange to BDCs. There you go. They know what they are doing. He said the Apex Bank sustained the practice because of the role the BDCs played in the economy, but that it was disappointing to find that they turned themselves into agents that facilitated graft and corruption in Nigeria, which necessitated their suspension. About 400 BDC operators and traders were arrested in Kano, Borno, Abuja, Lagos, Sokoto, Adamawa, Kaduna, and Zamfara for alleged money laundering and terrorism financing by security agencies in March of 2021, while 190 others nabbed for alleged links to terrorism reportedly paid 900 million naira in penalties before they were allowed to return to their businesses. That's how Nigeria operates. Months after they were apprehended, and despite promises by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, the suspects have not been arraigned or prosecuted. That's how Nigeria works. Now, the Nigerian Attorney General responds to this damning report. We will study report, make position known. AGF, Abubakar Malami. Speaking on the delayed arraignment of the 400 BDC Bureau Change operators and traders, the media aide to the Attorney General, Dr. Umar Gwandu, told Sunday Punch that the prosecution process is ongoing. The federal government continues to do the needful within the provisions of the extant laws in its doggedness to fight money laundering. Wow, wonderful. Gwandu had told the Punch in May 2021 that the prosecution of the arrested BDC's operators would commence as soon as possible. ASAP is only in words, not in action. Also responding to Giaba assessment, Gwandu told our correspondent, the federal government will assess, study and assess the report. The federal government will make its position known after critical examination of the content of the report. There is nothing that will come out of it. They will sit on it, they will die it, they will kill it. This is not the first time, it's been ongoing. Meanwhile, the federal government has sent a delegation to London to engage with the Financial Action Task Force over the negative assessment. Instead of dealing with the actual problem, they want to change the report. Nigeria. A source told our correspondent that they learned the delegation led by the Special Assistant to the President on Justice Sector Reforms, Juliet Ibekako Nwagu, was presently holding talks with FATF officials in England. Nigeria. The government is worried by the negative assessment and is working to prevent possible sanctions on Nigeria. What a country. Living in denial will kill Nigeria, and Nigeria will never rise up again. The Attorney General has dispatched a team to London to hold talks with the FATF and prevent serious sanctions on Nigeria, which may impact our global standing. What standing does Nigeria have in the world, other than being a 3 million barrel of oil supplier that is stolen? The president is eventually stolen, and he ends up in foreign accounts in overseas, in different countries. Nigerian government officials have hidden accounts under shell companies, and they are worried about getting embarrassed as a rogue country. That Nigeria is a rogue state. Terrorist groups find home in northern Nigeria, like they are ruling areas, they are collecting taxes, and they are even people funding them are in government, and the others are trading in money, making cash moves easy for them in any currency they desire. Findings show that the FATF was considering sanctions against Nigeria for failing to comply with the global anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards. In 2017, the FATF suspended Nigeria's membership of the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Units due to the lack of legal framework and autonomy for the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, which was then an arm of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The suspension was lifted in 2018, and Nigeria was readmitted into the Egmont Group after the country fulfilled the requirements of the organization, a global body of 155 financial intelligence units that facilitates the exchange of financial intelligence, expertise, and capability against money laundering, terrorism financing, and financial crimes. Sunday Punch reports that the mutual evaluation report was released in August and subsequently adopted by the GIABA member states, of which Nigeria is a member. The assessment stated that the EFCC and other enforcement agencies did not prioritize money laundering investigations, but focused primarily on money laundering predicate offenses. The West African Financial Intelligence Watchdog, in its evaluation of Nigeria, further said the use of financial intelligence by law enforcement agencies remains limited due to the low level of feedback to the NFIU. limited scope of entities that file suspicious transaction reports, lack of reporting on cross-border movement of bearer negotiable instruments, inbound cross-border movement of currency disclosures due to the low level of implementation of these systems, and the limited scope of institutions from which the NFIU requests additional information to support its analysis. Giaba said, Nigeria lacks an explicit policy to confiscate the proceeds and instrumentalities of crime or property of equivalent value. Nigeria. Nigeria gathers intelligence that they rarely use. They don't put it to use. Even when US shares information, intelligence with them on what the terrorists are doing, they still keep their quiet, and the terrorist goes about and does whatever they wish. The country is under siege. Western world may point to China now critically, pointing out what China is doing, how China is taking over countries' assets or institutions, over corrosive debts they hang on weak African countries that are constantly borrowing money and begging without producing enough to pay their debt or even become self-sufficient countries. Countries like Nigeria and a lot of others are becoming entrapped by Chinese dangerous debts. Because China knows what the Western country has done to Africa. They know how much Africa was manipulated, fleeced, and stolen from, and they continue to steal from Africa. And so China is doing their own bit. They are just advancing the fleecing of Africa with the aid of despots across Africa who are serving the interest of external forces rather than tend to the needs of their people.
China's activities in Africa have raised a lot of eyebrows, and the issue of being trapped into Chinese debt is real and ominous. Here, we look at the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Whether the officials and government authorities accept it or not, Chinese dealings in Africa are being viewed in a highly skeptical way. The truth is, the menace of falling into Chinese debt trap is very real, and it is happening. Africa is slowly being tied to the yoke of Chinese debt. There is no transparency and accountability when it comes to acquiring Chinese loans. As a result of this, African countries are finding it hard to extricate themselves from the grip of Chinese debt. It means that debt is continuing to pile on, unabated, and the repercussions will be dreadful. Some countries are having it worse than others, as will always be the case. Below is a list of the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Number 10, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC could easily be one of the richest countries in the world considering how it is abundantly endowed with precious natural resources and minerals. However, plundering of these resources has set the country back, including unending conflict. It has an estimated debt of $3.4 billion. DRC was quick to exchange mineral resources for loans with China. Number 9, Ghana. Ghana stands at number 9 with an estimated debt of $3.5 billion. The country's opposition has involved the IMF to help look into the country's debt. Number 8, Nigeria. The West African country has an estimated debt of $4.8 billion. Nigeria has accepted the Chinese yuan as a reserve currency. Number 7, Cameroon. Cameroon has an estimated debt of $5.5 billion. However, it was recently revealed that China was in talks to cancel part of the country's debt. But with China, nothing is so certain. Number 6, Zambia. Zambia is increasingly getting mired in the tentacles of Chinese debt. The Chinese have sponsored a lot of projects in the country. The country has an estimated debt of $6.5 billion. China is taking Zambian firms as part of repayment plans, and there were reports that ZESCO, the national power utility, was being taken over by China, even ZNBC, the country's national broadcaster. Number 5, North Sudan. The conflict-torn country has an estimated debt of over $6.4 billion. Although China has written off the country's debt incurred in 2015, it still has a long way to go. Number 4, the Republic of Congo. Congo, which may be popularly known as Congo-Brazzaville, has an estimated debt of $7.5 billion. Again, corruption has played a major role in ballooning the debt to such egregious levels. Number 3, Kenya. Even after the discovery of oil in the northern part of the country, nothing in essence is working towards cutting down the levels of debt to China. Kenya has an estimated debt of $7.9 billion. The country has been taking money to facilitate the fruition of its infrastructural projects. But as lack of transparency and accountability come into play, a lot of money has been lost to corruption. Number 2, Ethiopia. All those Chinese infrastructural development projects in Addis Ababa are coming at a heavy price. Ethiopia has an estimated debt of $13.5 billion. The debt levels have slowed down some projects due to repayment issues, but there is now a new structure for these debts that makes it a little bit affordable for Ethiopia to repay. And finally, at number 1 we have Angola. Angola is the most indebted African country to China. It has an estimated debt of over $25 billion. Shocking, but that's the reality at hand. Most of Angolan oil is going towards the repayment of Chinese debts, despite Angola being the second largest producer of oil in Africa. That brings us to the end of this video. Share your comments in the section below. Remember to China's activities in Africa.
So Ethiopia used part of the money they are owing China to build the railway that stretched from Djibouti to Addis Ababa upon the departure of Eritrea out of Ethiopia, because Eritrea is what used to give Ethiopia, the old Ethiopia, access to the sea, to the Nile. And so once Eritrea left Ethiopia through one referendum and the eventual referendum, about 2 decades plus ago, Ethiopia became a landlocked country, and they had to build that rail track that traveled from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. That's how they get their containers and other shipments, through the rail, just like Uganda, that is equally landlocked, that gets her containers through the ports in Kenya. One of them is Mombasa. And so countries can survive even when they are landlocked. We can stop the Chinese onslaught against Africa by going through referendum in Nigeria. That's how we'll sort our problem there. Otherwise, those people going cap in hand, borrowing, looking for money, looking for air to share, money to share, in a country that has 3 million crude oil barrels every day they supply to the rest of the world, they are still beggars. Terrible people. They have destroyed Nigeria and rendered it a miserable country. You know, a country that is supposed to be giving aid to other African countries is constantly borrowing, putting future generations into debt without any commensurate infrastructure to show for it. Sucks to be Nigeria. And your role in society, you can never make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are 3 types of people on earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. My concern early here is that Nigeria may have been dominated by the idiots. Studies show only 10% of Africans are citizens. The remaining 90% are either tribesmen or idiots. When the Greeks used the word idiot, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just don't care. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats bananas, he throws the peels anywhere instead of putting them in a trash bin. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. The next set of people are the tribesmen. These are people that look at everything from the point of view of their tribe. These are people that believe in you only if you are part of their tribe. It can be terrible to have a tribesman as a leader. He will alienate the rest. This perfectly captures Muhammadu Buhari and his mentality, his narrow worldview. When the Greeks talk about tribes, it's not just about ethnicity. They also consider a religion as a tribe. A great percentage of Africans are tribesmen because they view everything from the point of view of their tribes. They trust only their tribesmen. This is probably among some tribes, not all tribes. Number 4, the last group are the citizens. These are people that like to do things the right way. They will respect traffic light rules even if no one is watching them. They drive within speed limits. They respect the laws, won't cheat in exams. In government, they won't steal. They are compassionate and give to others to promote their well-being. Citizens often promote projects that benefit everyone. The Greeks call this group the citizens. Some countries have more citizens than tribesmen and idiots. Others have so many idiots. A tribesman can become a citizen through orientation. And an idiot can become a citizen by training and constant enforcement of the law. But things fall apart if you select an idiot or a tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Wow. The interim chairman of APC once told us that Muhammadu Buhari was a reformed Democrat. That was a lie. So the disaster called Muhammadu Buhari could have been avoided if that man had actually spoken the truth timely enough to Nigerians. Nigerians allowed this dangerous man to get into office because of the lies of some party members. Wow. But things fall apart if you elect an idiot or tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Where do you belong? Are you an idiot, a tribesman, or a citizen? Reflect about your life, reflect about your country and Africa in general before you answer. Food for thought.
From the global lane, the dictator topping this year's list as the worst persecutor of Christians.
The regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
Most expensive Thanksgiving meal ever. Will Biden's infrastructure deal slow skyrocketing inflation?
The truth is, it's not fully paid for, and as a result, it will turn out to be inflationary.
Coming soon to the University of North Dakota, gender-neutral dormitories.
If the male identifies as a female, he could essentially be assigned a female roommate.
And transgender indoctrination.
The princess who came to your ball tonight was me.
And FBI terrorism tools used against parents. And it's all right here on the global lane. Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in, is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And, of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom. And they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus. And in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless. If you're traveling over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house this Thanksgiving, or if you're staying home and preparing a meal, you and Granny will need more cash in your wallet for purchasing Thanksgiving food items. According to The Balance, you'll be spending 21% more this Thanksgiving than you did in 2020. And here are some cost increases to note for feeding a gathering of about 10 people. Potatoes, up more than 8%.
While Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezife from Ibuku is going telling people that he will go on his knees, prostrate before people, non-Igbos, for an Igbo man to become, or Igbo woman to become president of Nigeria. I keep wondering what is going on. Why is Nzukọ Munna doing all this to humiliate Ndi Igbo by every means possible in order for one of their own members to become president of Nigeria come 2023? Are they not hearing what is going on, that there's a move for referendum? Like, don't they see the benefits of having a referendum that will not just impact Igbo people, but all other Nigerians, Middle Belt and Southern Nigeria will be positively impacted? Why then humiliate Igbo people all the time, like saying rubbish? When there is a big opportunity, a great opportunity to set all our people free, not just the Igbo people. Constitutional reordering is unavoidable in Nigeria. Why is Ezife, Dr. Ezife or Chief Mechin Bazulike setting us back? Nigeria of 61 years have been nothing but bloodshed for Ndi Igbo, set back. Let's go for referendum and find out from our people where they stand, along with other people in the South and Middle Belt, Southwest. I thought it's supposed to be the interest of our people that counts here, and not a few people in a small organization that wants to produce the next president of Nigeria to the exclusion of all other things that Ndi Igbo want, which is freedom. Let's go for the constitutional change. Let's go for referendums, regional referendums. If Ndi Igbo vote to remain in Nigeria, then we now talk about the presidency of Nigeria. But if Ndi Igbo, along with all other people in the Lower Niger Territory, Middle Belt, and Oduduwa land, decide that they are going to separate, then we work on that. That's more important than the Nigerian presidency. Why are we going to continue using the same method that has destroyed us all these years? The next president, if we do not deal with the Constitution, will still rule by the 1999 Constitution that has been completely rejected and rightly described as a fraud, orchestrated by the Fulani Nigerian military with their civilian partners. We have a slave constitution on our hand, and our people are suffering as a result of this. The right of citizenship does not even count in Nigeria. Under current constitution, citizens cannot gather and express their frustration with a system that is killing them, like the NSAS, without getting shot. People cannot gather to say this is what they want, they need a change in the country without getting shot, like they did at Igboho's house. The right of citizenship has completely evaporated in the country. And my people are talking about 2023 election. While this is going on,
Ijaws insist on self-determination, resource ownership at summit. The Ijaw people have reaffirmed their commitment to the struggle for self-determination and resource control, saying nothing would deter them from actualizing emancipation from the grip of the Nigerian state. They stated this in a communique issued after the one-day All-Ijaw Summit themed the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question, which was organized on Saturday in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State by the Ijaw National Congress, INC. Professor Benjamin Okaba, the president of INC, who read the communique before newsmen at the Ijaw House, said the Ijaw people's right to self-determination, access and control of their resources is inalienable and backed by several international laws. Okaba said the federal government had poorly and unsatisfactorily managed the country's ethnic diversity, 100%, which had resulted in agitation over marginalization and the ignited separatist tendencies among major ethnic nationalities. You can see that Ndigbo are not alone on the quest for reality over Nigeria. Why then do we have a few of our people going cap in hand, begging, talking about 2023, like our salvation lies in it? The same set of people that went to disgrace themselves before Buhari, encouraging Buhari to be doing things like a dictator, a man who has overthrown a most likely Supreme Court justice, removed him to pave way for Mohammed Tanko to become Chief Justice of Nigeria, a man who has seen to the invasion of a justice of the Supreme Court's house just a few weeks ago. My people allowed him to tell them that he does not interfere with the judiciary, but he will try. I mean, he stated that the Nigerian Federation had been an aberration as it does not conform to all known principles of federalism, which emphasize the division of powers between the central government and the constituent units of a coordinated and independent basis. On a coordinated and independent basis, Okaba said the Ijaw ethnic nationality can no longer bear the grave injustices, impunity, and flagrant nepotism, marginalization, neglect, oppression, and enslavement by the Nigerian state. This is what my people should be talking about. Instead, they are talking about 2023. What is wrong with Ndigbo? He further said that Ijaws would stop depending on the federal government for the protection of their environment, stressing that an environmental protection strategy would be evolved to safeguard sustainable Ijaw land for future generations. Amen. The communique read in part, the Ijaws resolved from this summit to employ all peaceful, diplomatic, non-violence, and other tools of disobedience to pursue and actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing until self-determination is achieved. The Ijaw nation shall continue to engage the federal government of Nigeria on its critical challenges, as well as the enforcement of a new federal constitution, and this is without prejudice to our resolve to seek self-determination. Well, the Ijaw National Congress should join forces with NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. What they are saying is exactly what is going to be made possible through referendum, multi-regional referendum. The INC chief added that all Ijaws, wherever they are in the world, will affirm their Ijawness by signing a reaffirmation accord, abide by faith and commitment to advancing the quest for a united and egalitarian Ijaw nation. Among notable leaders present at the summit, chaired by Justice Francis Tabai, retired, were the governor of Bayelsa State, Duye Diri, his deputy, Lawrence Ehuru Jakbo, Edwin Clark, represented by a retired Federal Permanent Secretary, God knows Igali, former Minister of Police Affairs, Broderick Bozimo, and former Deputy Speaker, Delta House of Assembly, Funkekeme Solomon. Others included the Speaker, Bayelsa House of Assembly, Abraham Ingobere, Secretary to State Government, Kabowoe Benson, and others. Now you wonder what is going on with Ndigbo. How could you not get it that our people need referendum? How could Dr. Zife or Chief Amechi Mbazulike not get it that our people are clamoring for referendum? That what people in the Southwest said just a few days ago, that they do not support any further election until the 1999 Constitution is dealt with. That's exactly what Southwest did last weekend. Today, Monday, look at what Ijo is coming up with. And yet, some people think that our salvation lies in 2023 election. This is really embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that instead of going for the real deal, we are wasting our time with 2023 to enthrone another Fulani agent. God forbid. We are going for referendum. That's what we are going for. All these political goats, all these political Judas goats should just go and rest. And let's go for referendum because a lot is riding on it.
With our very first interview on the show this morning, I'm focusing on what Mr. President had to say while addressing Nigerians yesterday at the 53rd anniversary speech, where he talked about the convocation of a national conference. With Victor and I in the studio this morning is one Nigerian who have been a strong advocate of this conference from time immemorial, Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the convener, Movement for New Nigeria, and also the Secretary General for Lower Niger Congress. Thank you, sir, for joining us on the show this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nadi. You have severally spoken about the convocation of a conference to discuss some of the most burning issues in Nigeria today, and how the decision of the president to raise an advisory committee to set out the modalities and procedures for a national conference. How did that news get to you?
Well, with a measure of relief, I must say, though I consider it a marginal improvement from what the situation demands. You know, a marginal improvement in the sense that all this while they had insisted that sovereignty now vests with the government to decide for us on all kinds of things. And our position had been that if they go to section 14, subsection 2A of the Constitution of Federal Republic, which they are using to manage Nigeria today, they will see the basis of all the arguments that sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. There's no other way. They know that that is the truth. Yet, Absalom Abubakar and a chain of other military presidents since 1966 took it upon themselves to usurp the sovereignty of the people and impose the constitution exclusive, to the people. That is to say, they became the sovereigns by stepping into the, almost as if stepping into the shoes of Britain that had governed us for almost 70, 80 years up to that point, to impose a constitution that starts with the preamble, we the people. That is a forgery. That's a secret.
Okay, let me get you correctly now, Mr. Nadi. So you say that this is not necessarily a solution to what we have.
The discussion we are asking for is that originating discussion amongst the ethnic nationalities that the British locked in here and called Nigeria. From that time in 1914 to now, it had not been their decision to be together. and the terms of that decision, of that being together had already been imposed.
Let's ask you this question, because it's coming at a time where everyone is saying, yes, it is very timely to have a national dialogue.
Yes.
For some people, it's not really whether it's sovereign or not. That is the issue. The issue is we have got things to talk about, and there comes a time, thank goodness, the president is talking about it. Some would describe you as a pessimist. Isn't it too early to predict that this might not lead to the outcome we all desire as a people?
I was looking at the terms of reference. The first one must commend the statesman in Mr. President in taking this kind of a decision at this time in the midst of all the noise against it. And I was saying that it's not yet to hurry, not near where we will just come to the point where let's hope that this advisory committee, because many of the people on the list are people who have been in and out of the process we had embarked upon for over 15 years, to let Nigerians know that our situation is exactly like the situation of South Africa under apartheid constitution. What we're talking about is that all of what we're lamenting about, if you want to know what we want discussed, for which reason we are saying we have not even started, that preamble to the constitution that says we the people have decided to live here according to this constitution is saying that the Ijaw people have decided to submit their land and their people into a Nigeria. And the terms of that submission is what the constitution is supposed to be discussing. And what we're simply saying is that what happened to the closest example from where everybody can copy, so that we don't get lost in the forest, so that we don't set up a fight that can be avoided.
Okay, now when you talk about the people,
let me learn so that we can get it in perspective. We're not anarchists. Okay. I've spent 15 years of my short life to look into all the departments of we've been going all over the place, digging into the archives. I have here the documents of Lugard, by which we were chained into this bad arrangement. We have all the documents they've been trying to hide from us, and we're going to expose it to our people. We already had some advertorials running since last week, and more will come in terms of bulletins. We're saying that we have a situation in our hand that is exactly like the apartheid constitution of South Africa, in which a minority imposed a constitution on the owners of the land, on the majority, and became the new owners of the land for 80 years. It came in 1912, and stayed all the way to 1990. And what Mandela and Co, they had a parliament. Why was apartheid constitution changed by anything of the parliament? The government of Frederick de Klerk in 1990 came to the point where, having been resisted on the street enough, announced that the apartheid constitution of South Africa will have to be changed, and that the discussion that will bring a totally new constitution will have to hold.
This is what you want Nigeria to do.
This is the only thing, that's not what I want. This is the only thing that can solve the kind of problem we have.
That is,
and if they do not do
the question.
If they do not do that, they will be leaving the ethnic nationalities with no option but to exit the union on their own terms.
Now, the question I want to ask you, if, for instance, now, I have reactions from Alhaji Tanko Yakisai, who leads the Nigerian National Summit Group, NNSG, saying that this could be Nigeria's last chance. Beginning now, the Nigerians, if Nigerians fail to present and pursue common good positions, beginning now, but rather delighted ourselves in our often vain and bitter debates as to whether or not the National Conference should hold, we still have none other to blame when they transform Nigeria, restructured through candid national dialogue shall emerge, without our people having been best represented by the fractiously selfish political class. And that is his reaction. I also have the reaction of the Ohanes Ndigbo. Are you saying that even the Afenifere that says President Jonathan should be commended, are you saying, don't you think it's too early for you to disregard this effort?
No,
in as much as the president said, the advisory committee is to set modalities. He hasn't even mentioned the nomenclature of this dialogue.
I agree.
But he has said that, look, Nigerians would expect that people like you and others who have been in the struggle, who have been asking for the National Conference, would at this point close ranks and see how you can, work this out. So don't you think that it's too premature to disregard whatever is being done right now?
Let us use this precious opportunity to explain to our people all over the country what the dialogue should be all about. Our quarrel if you go to the terms of reference, item 6, as I was looking at it this morning, the item 6 on the thing says all of what they were. If you read it out, it may fit into. Just read it out, please.
To advise government on legal procedures and options for integrating decisions and outcomes of the National Dialogue Conference into the Constitution and laws of the nation.
That thing, what you just read now, defeats the entire essence of calling any conference, and it tallies with what David Mark was telling us the other day, that the conference will hold, but that nobody is going to discuss whether we live together or not live together, and that is the only question 75% of the country wants answered, uninhibited.
No. This 75%.
Let me tell you how I arrived at 75%.
How did you arrive at it?
Tambuwal, Speaker of your House of Representatives, said
My
that
house.
all of the politicians.
Our House of Representatives.
As long as this is the basis of Nigeria, I tell you that more than 3/4 of the people trapped here do not want to have anything to do with that country. If you take a referendum today, that is what you will find. The only people who insist we must keep it, including some people I see on this list. You saw Mabeza and his patriot, how they are talking about Nigerianism. That is, they do not imagine that it is possible for anybody to say he will not be in Nigeria. They say nobody has a right to suggest that there will be no Nigeria. Whereas, unless we go to agree on the basis of submitting our lands into a new union, the fraud that Lugard put in place in 1914, and we have evidence of it, has come to an end. It will expire naturally 31st December 2013. That is the full 100 years. The current fraud of 1999, in which Absalom Abubakar and his confederates in the PRC made a constitution and lied that we the people made it, renders this entire document.
Okay,
so
Mr. Nadi,
if we are sitting on a
tell us how
Nigeria
you plan to achieve
Nigeria is
what you are saying.
Dissolution.
Okay. Because what you are asking, hold on one minute, is that this constitution should not be. And you expect that a total overhaul. Let me finish. You want a total overhaul of this constitution, and you liken it to the South African appetite. Okay, tell us the process to get into what we are saying, because the president also, do not forget, assumed office, or all the people you expect to do something about it, assumed office based on this document. So what is your practical step to getting this done?
South Africa in 1990 came to this bus stop where we have just arrived. The sitting government that was elected, and there was a parliament, Frederick de Klerk, he now, for the first time up to that time, accepted that the apartheid constitution could no longer be the basis of the South African society, because it was imposed by a white minority to take the lands and the rights of the blacks, and that is exactly what we have here. The Jaw lost their land and their oil and gas to Nigeria because some military president under Gowa seized it by decree. The Lagos port belongs to Lagos people. Nigeria takes more than 2 trillion naira from this port every year. But from independence to date, not one controller general of custom of Yoruba origin. And therefore, if Gani Adams now say, how did we come to this? And he pick up arms, the discussion that should be holding is one in which the government of the day will have to accept that this apartheid constitution can no longer be the basis of Nigeria. We are not anarchists. In the suit we filed in 2007 against the constitution, we asked the court to give an order that will compel them within a period of 18 months to remain in office and work out that discussion that will lead to a new constitution. That's not too much to ask for, because South Africa did it. They accepted that the apartheid constitution had to go, and they called everybody.
Now, relying on them to work out a new constitution.
No, they are not saying so. In that terms of reference, they say how to incorporate whatever.
I'm asking you how you intend to arrive at a new constitution.
How it will arrive at is that the people, those who are trapped here, before going to make a central constitution, because a federation should have a federation of many constitutions. Up to 1966, we had 5 constitutions, because each of the federating units were like countries of their own that were now coming to cooperate, like Germany and France and Portugal doing European Union. That was the kind of constitution Awolowo had to manage Western region. That was the kind of constitution Obara had to manage Eastern region. But some people woke up in 1966, threw all of those things away, and now locked us into this unitary arrangement. So we're saying that the first step is to ask those who will come, because tomorrow morning they will now begin to announce the names of their friends who are going to meet. We are not going to pay any attention to whatever government does. The conference is already on, and steps are being taken to take a referendum from those who are working their way out of this union, because the union has collapsed. If we do not accept in good time that it has collapsed and go to sit down to discuss how we will revive it, I tell you that under the instruments available to those who are choked here, and 3.5 million people have been killed in eastern Nigeria on this same question. OD have been wiped out, Okerenkoko have been wiped out, Obakere have been wiped out. All kinds of things are going on. Just the other day, 78 students were massacred in their sleep because some people must be in power in Nigeria. They say they will make the country ungovernable, and they are making it ungovernable to date. And we are still thinking that there's a Nigeria. That Nigeria that will include a Sharia belt in which I cannot function in Sokoto or Kano or Maiduguri. I will not be part of that Nigeria. I will rather invest all my energy in how to take out my portion. If those who are saying they have conquered us and they are going to keep us by all means for all times insist that we cannot discuss, then we'll do whatever comes within our reach to do to take our portion.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Nadi,
yes.
If at the end of the day we are having reactions from Afenifere, for instance, we are having reactions from Ohanes and people, we are having reactions from Arewa Consultative Forum.
Been with all
how
of them.
be it speaking, saying that they do not, they will not agree for the name sovereign to be added to whatever conference. Now, let me ask you, would you say that these groups do not represent the blocks which they say they represent?
They do not speak for
and
the people.
If you do not agree with their representation, who are the people that you are talking to at this at this point about
back to
ethnic
75%? Tambuwa said that all of them politicians constitute only 25%. He said it on the floor of National Assembly the day they resumed last week or so, that they constitute only 25% of the country's population. I'm here to speak on behalf of that unrepresented.
And the Arewa is not speaking for
anybody.
No,
they all have vested interests. They all have things they share with their people in government. What we're saying is that let us accept that Nigeria was not our making in 1914. Let us accept that the little discussion we had all the way to 1960 got toppled in 1966. Let us then accept that the product of that toppling, which is the current constitution, because from 1966 to date, all the 36 states that were created, who created them? Now they call me Abia State or Imo State or somebody else, Bayelsa State. There is none of the people in those places, like Delta State, cannot, the people of Delta in some areas were agitating for some autonomy. You now create a state and put the capital in Asaba. From that time to date, Delta State had not been the project of Ijo, Urobo, Ishekiri, and all of
Mr.
them.
Mr. Nadi, would you not rather wait? Let's just see this process. Because you have acknowledged that this is actually an act of statesmanship by Mr. President.
I commend him. I commend him.
At least to have you, to prove you right or wrong. Is it not a bit too early?
I was actually expecting to see your name in that list.
Of course, they know they will not put my name on any list of people who are going to be discussing, who are going to a meeting in which Nigeria is held sacrosanct, in which somebody will write in the terms of reference that the outcome of the conference will be integrated into a constitution, meaning that they want to preserve that constitution by all means. And we are saying we will not touch one alphabet from inside this constitution. So these are the two grounds, these are the two positions that will have to be married through the next few days.
But in the event that this conference is convoked, in the event that the different nationalities meet and do discourse, would you now throw away all of that? Because your view can be seen as extreme. It is either this. It is either all or nothing. Do you think
there is no halfway? There is no halfway in a matter of reconstruction. If you want to put a 40-story structure on this ground now, you know it will take it. But the first thing that will happen is that bulldozer has to enter here to level it, to be able to put up a new structure. Anything that is built on this foundation of falsehood, and if you let us take it down to our people. In saying that we the people, we are saying that we have submitted by ourselves. So it's a forged signature by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money, $250 million every single day in Abuja to the exclusion of the owners. if you come to the provisions inside the Constitution, you then begin to see a chapter 2 that provides for all the good things of life, but a clause in section 6C, and shame on the lawyers in Nigeria, including the justices up to the Supreme Court, that will hold this document up and say it's a constitution. Because those who wrote it had taken all of the content of the Treasury as their own by that provision, to say that nothing is for the citizen except as they deem fit. That is the unjust.
So Nadi, before we let you go on this segment, like Victor asked, and yes, it's the heart of the matter.
The thing to do is
to
allow the ethnic nationality
and have this discussion without what you are saying, and this scales through.
If somebody,
what does that
Abacha held a conference, but Obasanjo held a conference. What happened to them? Because somebody sat in Abuja, like David Mark is sitting, to tell us that it is how they do it that we have to accept. What we're saying is that they must accept that sovereignty belongs to the people and let them organize themselves and send those who they will truly wish to discuss their future for them in a conference that will end in a referendum.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We have been speaking to Mr. Tony Nadi, who is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and the convener Movement for New Nigeria. Thank you once again.
The story have never changed. It's the same thing. All the cosmetic measures being applied on Nigeria to make Nigeria, to get Nigeria going, is not working, because everything that is being done by the senators, by the members of the House, or even executive branch or the judiciary, they are all skirting around the fact that the foundation is faulty. Nigeria's foundation, rooted on 1999 Constitution, is a fraud, and you don't expect this fraud to fix itself. Nigeria needs a surgical operation. That's the only thing that will work.
Iwukesa Badale Enige Ehaimo Edion Ikbea Ihuo Isenwohan Iriwoto Sanribi Megutwao Otunatioli Ninas Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination Nigerian Homonareo Onotunada Wegi Akoze Novade Beale Osibo 2023 na ha bosibori Maimo Bobo Bekisholi Onotunada Wegi Ebony Majana naturally Nigeria Okidonki Ebu Umulu Okolo da semegbe emi ebe ahenya oria agboria memo meoria mi Olokidoki Ono tunani na sida wege Ebare Shabebu Nebotioli Constitution Olemane Santioli Ebuhi Ye Ebi Umulu no Oge Ole Vuole Wala Esa Madawege Era Denya Ora Ono Kukwone Olaka Hiasibori So that Odia Begi Honorana Ole Oni Constitutional Ole Buhina Olaka Hiasibori Olaka Hehe Akwesegi Aze Arwe Akoze Ramde Wegi Oge no rivi Onebuhina Made that time aba Pano Onebuhina Wegi Mane Nyoto Naturally Indigenous Nationalities Mamwa Huni Ike Abuja Niria Nyama Ogiva Geonebuhina Maye Tali Maro Bobo Gi Naze Niru Abuja Nya Nyama Ge Eberi Woto Ribegia Igo Efe no Woto Emioko Igo Humo na koko ma yeri ahụ ni na ni amị mali ọrụ eke no ebuhi naturally constitutional bọbaki no ma wa ko ta o ma mi gumada si koko wegi ma mu ahụ no ma mu ni na ebe ma mo weke oto ego homo na amị mali oge mare ni na ole zo no rubuto ogia ene doni go mu no rebegia ami bakia na ye anoru eke no buhi na wegi ono gbebere ohi akigbolasa ma dagole ge ami bakia na ye igo na rekoko ma igo hu na rekoko igo na rekebe efe no rubuto amujo bi center natural Abuja ayego mu ewo gali on ebuhi na natural constitution olere ahụ na adamege ekisi wara ala mi bakia na ye ogine iwege ma na mo boy gbe ma oda ka komunya asabo himigbe uwabe owaye kiane e wara sabo yonu wabe eye mi wena o me fi woto ofiwoku uku mu fie gerebegia as sabo na wujede aware wege nyage ma sabo na wujede e wa wo gboria aye sabo miole igwe kiri okoko awu moni e gwana ro mu igoni na anon ebu hina oyeri ahụ nina eli na sita wege owake mare diro anye osas onu se na osacha sebirio oleda wege ukpede ni eneribi ugie uki igbeva alukpe nebocholi 2020 onu tunina sinanda wege onu ebuhi naturally constitutional okiki igbugen na abo onu ebo no sma naturally Nigeria na igbugon ki na abo abadaki wo hiene na tare ina sabo arigbe na hia da odo de ka hion sole ase me ba lu onu ebuhi na igbugo ki na nya ni na si wege ebe umulu no ebe hoge no ole ada wege asielu akoze ramde alo akoze ina zeni oni bugena na no hoge vuana ole na sie revewo ole mada wege okena remiege ayelu akoze o bebe awada lo ni ma sie yero ati alo akoze o ono homo ni na sigere wa ha bosibore o egbe dan egbe fuware o mejoto ba o.
Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world.
Nigeria.
China, Iran, Somalia. International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Yeah, Nigeria is holding the country award, at that level, for persecution of Christians due to the involvement of government, the coalition of government in protecting the Fulani terrorists who are going across Nigeria, killing, sacking communities. Even government policies is designed to favor them. The government tries to take over, build forest reserves, cattle routes, Ruga, shoreline takeover, all sorts of programs the government have tried to put through in order to spread these terrorists across the country. These are all part of the agenda of the current government to carry out and fulfill the
ideas, the imaginations of Ahmadu Bello, to extend the life of their caliphate that died when British took over Nigeria in 1914. So they have no interest other than to pursue this jihad and see it to a conclusive end by killing off indigenous nationalities, especially Christians. They've done it in the far north. All the Christian communities there have been targeted and killed and replaced or chased into IDP camps locally, where they get bombed by Nigerian Air Force, or into foreign countries, neighboring Nigeria, into refugee camps. This is where the international organizations, especially the Christian-leaning organizations, needs to step up their game and expose what is happening in Nigeria, which the Nigerian government consistently lie about. They went to New York during the UN General Assembly in September, seeing Nigerians with their posters, patriotic Nigerians protesting against the killing of Christians and the destruction of the country. Nigerian government actually goes into New York, Bronx, to hire homeless people and other foreigners to counter-protest the expose from Nigerians against government collusion in terrorist activities in the country. I don't know what these people are thinking, but we know that there is no way Nigeria can recover except to go through multi-regional binding referendum. That's what will save the day. If not, if this joke continues, we're only delaying the inevitable. And that is a very terrible thing that will happen to Nigeria. To not arrest this situation now through a referendum, call for referendum to, calm nerves and let things, go very well for every section. Failing to do this is only going to cause more problem, more pain of separation.
Here is a more comprehensive report of Ijaws begins self-determination campaign at summit. This is the full communique issued after the meeting yesterday. Communique of the All Ijaw Summit held on Saturday, 4th December 2021 at the Ijaw House, Sani Abacha Road, Yenegua, Bayelsa State. An All Ijaw Summit was held under the auspices of the Ijaw National Congress, the umbrella socio-cultural, political, non-partisan organization of the Ijaw Ethnic Nationality of Nigeria, on Saturday, 4th December 2021 at Ijaw House, Yenegua. The summit, which attracted prominent sons and daughters of Ijaw Nation, was convoked to undertake self-appraisal and evaluation of the existential conditions of the people of Ijaw ethnic nationality. It was chaired by His Royal Majesty Justice F.F. Tebai, Justice of the Supreme Court, retired, the Ebenana Oweifo, Tuemo Kingdom. Noticeable leaders present were the Governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Senator Duye Diri, the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Senator Lawrence Ewuhuru Japo, Senator Chief Dr. Edwin K. Clark, OFR, CON, Chairman Board of Trustees of the Ijaw National Congress, represented by Ambassador God Knows Bolade Igali, Alaowe Broderick Bozimo, former Minister of Police Affairs, Honorable Abraham Ngobere, Speaker, Bayelsa State House of Assembly, retired Honorable Komboye Benson Friday, Secretary to the Government of Bayelsa State, Honorable Funke Keme Solomon, former Deputy Speaker of Delta State House of Assembly, Elder Erasmus Patrick, Commissioner for Ijaw Affairs. Others present were traditional rulers led by His Royal Majesty King Alfred Dieter Spieth, Amayanabo of Tuon Brass, and Chairman Bayelsa State Council of Traditional Rulers, political leaders, captains of industry, and youths. After critical reappraisal and the evaluation of the past, present, and of the past, present, and the introspection into the future of the Ijaw nation. Summit noted as follows. 1. That the Aboriginal Ijaws have been the oldest indigenous settlers in Niger Delta area SWAT, deep Republican characteristics that abhors oppression, repression, and suppression. The Ijaws were independent people free from any hegemony before the advent of the British colonialists. These are evidenced by scientific and archaeological validity. 2. That the Ijaw nation was conscripted into an amalgamated Nigeria in 1914 by the British colonialists through treachery and deception, when the British reneged on their obligation of protection, the basis for which treaties were signed. All protestations by our forebears, including King Jaja of Opobo and King Koko of Nembe, to challenge the British were met with stern reprobation and assault. The crude effect of this deliberate, traitorous, and perfidious act of the British over time culminated in the balkanization of the Ijaws into voiceless minorities, and today the Ijaw are relegated to second fiddle roles, and in some cases appear to exist without notice. 3. That the Ijaws occupy the most difficult coastal areas of the country that is blessed with resources to feed the Nigerian nation, but remains backward and poor. 62 years after the Henry Willings Commission report so described it. We are not only poorer, but are beggars of what rightly and naturally belongs to us. 4. That the government of the Federation poorly and unsatisfactorily managed the inherent ethnic diversities, resulting in not only hues and cries over marginalization, but ignited several separatist tendencies among some major ethnic nationalities. 5. That the duplicitous balkanization of the Ijaws have led to our cultural identity problems, as our language is lost to the predatory effects of acculturation and assimilation. 6. That the balkanization of the Ijaw nation has also created a contracted and inadequate political space for Ijaws, who, though is the fourth largest ethnic nationalities in Nigeria, continually suffer the pangs of discrimination, marginalization, and suppression. 7. That the Nigerian Federation has been an aberration, as it does not conform to all known precepts of federalism, which emphasizes division of powers between the central government and the constituent units on a coordinated and independent basis. 8. That despite the copious provisions in Chapter 2, Section 13 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended on the directive principles of state policies, the federal government has flagrantly reneged on the equitable application of the federal character principle to the charging of the Ijaw nation. 9. That the creation of only 23 homogeneous local government areas of the entire ethnic nation, Ijaw ethnic nation, out of 774 local government areas that are funded from proceeds of oil and gas, for which the Ijaw nation accounts for about 70%, is criminal, insensitive, and perfidious. The creation of local government areas in Nigeria was used as an instrument of exploitation and oppression of the Ijaw people, whose resources is used to sustain them. 10. That Summit expresses unequivocal dismay at the refusal of government to accede to the Ijaw ethnic nationalities' request for a paltry 10% of profit of the oil and gas proceeds of host communities, and the haste by the ruling hegemony to sign the bill into law with a paltry allocation of 3% of operational costs. This does not only further the institutionalization of impunity and insensitivity, but leaves the Ijaw nation helplessly to reflect on our continued relevance to the Nigerian states as a people. 11. That the only visible reward to the Ijaw nation for feeding and sustaining an ungrateful Nigerian hegemonic class have been consistent degradation, despoliation, and destruction of our environment, fauna and flora, with no remediation strategy. we live with the hazardous effects of gas flaring and the now pervasive challenge of soot, suffering unmitigated health hazards which have continued to send our people to early deaths. 12. That it is most unfortunate, callous, and irresponsible, and smacks indignation of consequential proportion for proteges of feudal hegemony to bemoan the challenges orchestrated by the failure of government and the international oil companies that impact negatively on oil-bearing communities. 13. That even the 2012 United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, describes the Niger Delta area, Ijaw Nation, as a disaster and most polluted site in the world. Number 14. That the present national security architecture is skewed towards only protection of the oil and gas assets in Ijaw land as against the people's right to defend and protect their naturally endowed resources. Whereas this is against all known international laws of the inherent right to ownership of natural resources by indigenous peoples. This has resulted in several cases of conflicts and insecurity in Ijaw land. 15. That Ijaw people's quest for political unification has been age-long, as this has been central in all the demand for our forebears to the pre-independent constitutional conferences. 16. That the Ijaw ethnic nationality can no longer bear the grave injustices, impunity, flagrant nepotism, marginalization, neglect, oppression, and enslavement by the Nigerian state. 17. That the right to self-determination, access, and control of our resources is not only inalienable, but backed by several international laws. Accordingly, the summit resolves as follows. A. That the Ijaws would no longer depend on the Nigerian state for the protection of their environment. To this end, an autonomous Ijaw environmental protection strategy be evolved so as leave behind a sustainable Ijaw land for future generations. B. That the Ijaw people shall explore the various international laws and statutes that offer protection for the enforcement of their right to self-determination and the protection of their God-endowed resources. C. All Ijaws, wherever they are in the world, shall affirm their Ijawness by signing a reaffirmation accord, abide faith and commitment to advancing the quest for united and egalitarian Ijaw Nation. D. The Ijaw Nation shall continue to engage the federal government of Nigeria on its critical challenges, as well as the enthronement of a new federal constitution, and this is without prejudice to our resolve to seek self-determination. E. That Ijaws resolve from this summit to employ all peaceful, diplomatic, non-violent, and other tools of civil disobedience to pursue and actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. F. That Ijaw people shall stop at nothing until self-determination is achieved. Summit salutes the vision of all those patriotic Ijaws who initiated the idea of an all-Ijaw summit now and commended the leadership of the INC, Ijaw National Council, for taking every practical step to actualize it. As Victor Hugh stated, no force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. Long live Ijaw Nation. Professor Ogele Benjamin Okaba, National President, All Ijaw Summit.
Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt
formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has 3 blocks, the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
Don't touch the dial.
Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen, his tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims, as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters,
At least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, that the same terrorist Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests, where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payment. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of NINAS. Referendum. The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too.
You will notice the lack of adequate reaction by our people within Nigeria, especially the downtrodden, those that are persecuted, those that went to protest at Lekki and got shot, all those that has been shot at Mbo, at Nnewi, at Ekulobia, in Southern Kaduna, in Zaria. The way they are responding to what is happening in Nigeria or to the eventual collapse of Nigeria is not adequate yet. What do I mean by this? I mean, they need to take on the churches, especially the churches. Number one target should be the churches across Southern Nigeria, Middle Belt. Members should begin to ask their church leaders, their pastors, their evangelists and prophets what they are doing. Once again, Nigerians in the United States are taking the lead. They are taking the lead again because our people are dozing at home. Oyedepo is moving about freely. Adeboye is moving about with his convoy no harassment in church. Nobody stops him to ask him, what are you doing? All of them, many of them are going about, nobody is challenging them because people believe they are men of God. Services are not being disrupted to ask them why they are keeping quiet, why people cannot go to bed and sleep in the southwest, southeast, south, middle belt, or even the Christian areas of the north. These guys have betrayed the very thing they were called to do, to take care of the flock. Yet, they are called men of God. How could they be true men of God when they are actually watching their flocks being taken by the wolves, by imported murderers, terrorists, by the same government they are hanging out with? When W.F. Kumuyi goes to Buhari, he will be grinning ear to ear, so happy, so excited. Jesus Christ. Protesters disrupt RCCG church services in the U.S. over the silence of the RCCG church authorities on the killings by Fulani militia in Nigeria. They walked into the church and disrupted everything they were doing. And the church is populated by mostly Igbo.
We will take this no more.
The church is populated by mostly Igbo and Yoruba members. The Redeemed Christian Church of what is the name? RCCG, Redeemed Christian Church of God. They are politicians. They are playing politics. These are, in fact, Adeboye by his preachings is a very divisive character to begin with. I can reference some of his sermons that aren't uniting but very divisive. But in Nigeria's case, in the fall of Nigeria, Adeboye is not on the side of the people. All of them, including the owner of TREM, Mike Okonkwo, Bishop Mike Okonkwo. It is only, what's the other one? Suleiman. Johnson Suleiman died a few years ago, and they hunted him so bad, they wanted to kill him. Because he spoke against the Fulani. He told his members to take a stand. This is the time to tell your members to take a stand if you are not a hypocrite.
We will take this no more. Many of us here are Igbos and Yorubas. This is what is happening to our people. We don't care. Send it back to your principal.
They are being shown pictures of people that are getting killed in Nigeria and yet they are staying silent.
Adesoya is my name, Dr. Adesoya. You will take this no more. It's absolute nonsense. A minute race want to wipe out the majority of people in Nigeria. We won't take it no more. And people are here feeling cool. They are killing our people at home. People are feeling cool.
Let everybody, let him answer. Excuse me, sir. Let everybody sit down. We're a civilized society. We can't scream our way to this, out of this. You know that, right?
We will start with screaming too. We will scream. What type of God are they preaching? What God are they worshipping? The God of mammon, money.
Nonsense, absolute nonsense. We won't take this no more. Send it back to the Fulani government.
Please, everybody sit down. Excuse me, please. Please, everybody sit down. This is a church.
We understand. Yeah? We won't take this no more.
What type of church are you?
We won't take this nonsense no more.
Which type of church are you? And this may spread all over the world. All these churches will be targeted all around the world. They should get ready.
Look at children. You have been heard. But we can present. I won't leave. I have a right. So I have a right.
You are using us as a.
I have a right.
You are using us for protection.
I do have a right. I do have a right. I do have a right. It's a judge. So you people are conspirators. The team is a conspirator. The team is a conspirator. To this nonsense.
Yeah, Redeemed is a conspirator church. The leaders are conspirators. They are collaborating with the evil going on in Nigeria. They are in collaboration with the evil that is going on in Nigeria. They are. They are.
Can I talk to you for a minute? Using your platform.
They are.
Nonsense. Can I talk to you for a minute? Don't take this no more.
When you started talking, I'm a physician, okay?
God bless.
Nigeria.
Even if any government, including this one, just have all the political appointments from the one village. My thesis is that the life of the average person in that village will not change. Just rewind it again, and think the other way. The last regime, we had an Ebele Azikiwe as president. We had secretary to government. We had minister of finance and coordinating minister on the economy. We had all of this deputy senate president, this, that, and so on and so forth. Most of the financial institutions headed by people from the southeast. And yet, there is no motorable federal highway in Igbo land.
Thank you. So, of what use is Nigeria to our people?
This thing is an elite game, as far as I'm concerned.
There you
the
go.
issue of who and whatever and so on and so forth is not taking us anywhere. And unless we get to the heart of it. So, it seems that there is a consensus today.
This is Charles Soludo speaking. Charles Soludo got recently elected as the governor of Anambra State, my home state. He's been among the elite in Nigeria at least in the last 20 years. The place of our people in Nigeria is what we're trying to figure out through referendum. And I've advised that Charles Soludo should pay attention to what matters to our people. And referendum is one of that. Now here is Charles Soludo speaking.
There is a consensus. If you take it much broadly, the North, so-called North, if you calculate the number of years they were in power, but essentially, poverty is still predominantly a northern phenomenon. So, that you control this and a few billionaires are made here and there and so on and so forth means absolute nothing. The ordinary man in Nigeria has not benefited, is getting worse off by the current system that we have. But there is a consensus now on restructuring.
Presidency of Igbo extraction does not mean anything to Igbo people. What we want is a Nigeria that goes through referendum. Our people desires to vote in a referendum, along with Middle Belt, Oduduwa, every other people in the lower Niger territory. We are demanding for a binding, not to be delayed, referendum in Nigeria now. Otherwise, the alternative wouldn't be okay.
In that case, Fordila would argue that Biafra becomes a metaphor for agitation by oppressed people for justice, equity, and fairness. It hasn't worked for anybody. If you look at President Buhari recently said he also supports amendment of the constitution or devolution. If you read the APC manifesto, it says, quote, as a change agent, APC intends to cleanse our closet to halt the dangerous drift of Nigeria to a failed state, with a conscious plan for post-oil economy in Nigeria. To achieve this laudable program, APC government shall restructure the country, devolve power units with the best practices of federalism, and eliminate unintended paralysis of the center. End of quote. This is the government in power that controls 23 states. This is the APC manifesto. So, and the Southern People's Assembly talk about the same thing. The Afenifere's position on the National Conference, if you read it, talks about the same thing. The National Conference report talks supported by thing. So what is holding us? I must say the goal of this bit should be political stability and economic prosperity. In my view, a competitive federalism. We can write a book on this aspect of competitive federalism. Compared to the First Republic, when everybody had theirs, they had the resources, especially on revenue, a fiscal federalism. We've argued before, leave everybody their own thing, let them pay taxes to the center. This umbilical cord where Abuja will set wage for everybody all over the country, and so on and so forth. It was for a time when oil money paid for it. Not anymore. Even in the US, you may have read about the governor of Maine, that the wife of the governor had to take a job in a restaurant to augment their income. Because given the state of Maine, the salary of the governor was not enough for them to survive on. And the wife had to take a job in a restaurant. The governor of Maine salary cannot be the same as the mayor of New York, and so on and so forth. But here we've done all of this, Abuja controls. Anyway, that's for another day. But what is holding us now, what I call as matter arising, is that the devil is in the details. Let the debate begin. What exactly do we mean by restructuring? The National Conference report, for example, is a beginning, but in my view, doesn't go much. It talks about creating more states, which misses the point. It's still more of the same. We are saying the ones that you have are not viable. 20-something states today cannot pay salaries. So what are we talking about? Or should we go back to the EQMS constitution, the proposal of 6 zonal structure as the federating units? What model of federation? Should we use the UAE, United Arab Emirates system, or which one are we going? Let us get to work and begin to think. Some people propose, and I agree, that we need a new constitution negotiated by the people of Nigeria. And my thesis is that if this is the only achievement of President Buhari, he would be greatest statesman ever in the mold of Abraham Lincoln. But we need to get this done. That the people of Nigeria will have to get together and negotiate a new constitution for themselves. Second, or the third point, is leadership failure in Igbo land. It raises fundamental questions if you read Chude's book on the collapse of failure of leadership in Igbo land and the search for the new one, whatever. It's in that light it agitates your mind when we talk about Igbo presidency. What does that actually mean? Is it to have somebody wearing a red cap in the villa, or what? If all that we say, even within the states, a governor is first his village, his local government, then his senatorial zone, so that he can be Ocholo Ozwa of his own local government or his village, and so on and so forth, then let the others care. Is that the kind of leadership we are talking about Nigeria, or in the new Biafra, as it were? And we have seen it, like I said, about people occupying offices and so on and so forth, and still nothing.
This is part one of what Professor Chukwuma Soludo had to say a few months ago. And the concluding part will be in the part 2.
And still nothing. So the question is, the same contradictions in Nigeria are also there within Igbo land. We cry of marginalization at the larger Nigeria, but there is also cries of marginalization within.
True that.
There is the identity question within. There is the citizenship and indigenship question within. How many other Igbos live in Aba and in Abia, for example. But, I don't know, 2 years or 3 years ago, that was the indigenship thing, that all non-Abia citizens were sacked from but these people had lived there, worked there, paid their taxes there. They were counted as part of Abia in the census. You collect revenue, more revenue because of them. But then, no, you can't work in there. You are not an indigent. So while we are pointing one finger there, ladies and gentlemen, look closely. The other three are saying, let's get it here. And so how can this new leadership emerge? And then of course the entry fee is very high. The fourth, the new Biafranism, and that is my last point. Let me say that Nigeria has wittingly or unwittingly dragged the Biafran issue from the periphery into the mainstream discussion.
True.
Nnamdi Kanu, in my view, threw a bait and Nigeria took it. Today, he is the most popular political prisoner and will end up either as a hero or a martyr. But to his credit, he has forced Nigeria and the world to discuss Biafra. I believe that keeping him there does not do Nigeria any good. I believe this young man should be released, and released like yesterday. I will not be surprised if he becomes a subject of the next political campaigns. Just like we dealt with Awolowo, who was convicted and imprisoned of treason, or Gowon, charged with treason, or even Ojukwu himself, who was forgiven, and so on and so forth. I don't want to make any predictions, but I believe we need to solve this. Because according to Ofodile, this book, quote, he said, the lesson to be learned, if anyone cares to listen, is that the detention of Nnamdi Kanu, no matter for how long, will not stop the agitation of Biafra, end of quote. He further argues that the detention of Wazirike between 2005 to 2007 helped to radicalize his followers. The same thing happened when the leader of Boko Haram was killed. His followers became more radicalized. The detention of Nnamdi Kanu, I never heard of him before this time, to be quite honest. Never heard of him. I didn't even know about the IPOB or whatever thing. Until this thing, and you now realize globally it's become an issue and it's become mainstream. Now, and again, quote, he says, this book argues that the idea of a customary government under the Supreme Council of Elders in accordance with customary law enjoys the support among a section of the Igbo, but it is the Biafra or death philosophy of Nnamdi Kanu that found resonance across the length and breadth of the Igbo nation. Therefore, there cannot be a resolution of the Biafran dilemma without a wholesome engagement of the Nnamdi Kanu stroke Uche Mefo faction of IPOB. End of quote. That's what this was. So, if I were President Buhari, quite honestly, I would be very suspicious of anyone who advises me to ignore the Biafran issue. I'll be very suspicious. Anybody who says that is either ignorant or being mischievous, or quite patently doesn't mean well for the government itself. It probably wants the same government to repeat the mistakes of the past so that it could lead it down the train. We must start learning in this country. So let's talk Biafra. Where are the Igbo elite and the intelligentsia in all of this? Especially those in Nigeria. It seems, as this book points out, this is being driven mostly by the Igbo intelligentsia in diaspora, the new resurgence. The new ones within, there seems to be a division, 3 classes you can identify. The ones within the mainland and I'm shocked, and you discuss, they have a different point of view. Those in diaspora within Nigeria, so to speak, who are in Abuja and Lagos and so on and so forth, Kano, Kaduna, and so on. And an elder was asked about that, living in one of these northern states, about Biafra. And they asked him, what do you think about this Biafra? He said, well, nah, I just said, no, my name and mama and not to go. In other words, they should keep it up, but you know I can no longer go now. You see all the things I have here, I cannot carry them on my head. So, that's of either denial, and on one part, or people who think, no, it won't be, because we can't just imagine it. And because of some discussion that, oh, okay, if this happens, lose your property, you will lose that, and so on. Of course, that is untenable. I mean, I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS. And that means you have free movement of goods and persons. But the fundamental question, the fundamental issue is that this debate is not happening. This whole thing is being driven almost in a haphazard manner. Last week, they called for, was that last week? Yeah, last week. They called for a sit at home. And even without anybody getting out to more enforce and so on, I learned virtually Anambra and many other cities were completely shut down. It just tells you there is something going on. But, again, where is the elite in this? What is missing is structured debate and the apparent elite aloofness or complicity or hypocrisy. Elite in denial. For the politicians who think you can just, let's use them temporarily, let's use them. Just go on, while we can then use that to negotiate for something here. I can tell you, you will create a monster that will consume you. When that inferno comes, both us, everybody else, and the kind of thing that happened in Biafra where any dissent was considered a saboteur. Okay? You might get to a point where you will be telling them, just go on, while we can negotiate here, get something for ourselves in Abuja. I can tell you, these guys are no fools. At some point, they will look at you too and know that you're actually part of the problem. And so on and so forth. So, I say, let the debate must begin. The late Dr. Pius Okibo, in this book as well, presented what the memo by late Dr. Pius Okibo presented to the Biafran government on the economic viability of Biafra. Nobody is talking about what the currency will look like. How will you fare with international trade? What kind of constitution are you talking about? And Ofodile forcefully argues here that the Ahira Declaration of 1969 came too late. They had intelligentsia pushing for Biafra, but there was no organized structure. That if they had done what they did towards the end of the war at the beginning, Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is people talk about this in their bedrooms and in their parlors, and then you come out and everybody is just and so on. I'm sure it will not take long. So what I'm calling is that we must, the elite, the intelligence, get out of the closet and let us, now that the issue, the president in New York made a point. He said there will be no Biafra. Now, I said, my reaction to it was, oh my God. So this matter has really gotten to the point where we are now.
Yes, it has gotten to the point where the president, by his almighty powers, can give us a conclusive statement that this will not happen because he's God. Yes, referendum will happen upon Nigeria. Definitely it will. It's a matter of time. And yes, the people will vote to decide where they want to be, whether to continue with this left chain that is all around each other's neck and hands and feet, or we'll go our separate ways. And this is the call that is going out in the Middle Belt, that is going through genocide, being orchestrated by the president's tribesmen, the Fulani, with the backing of current government, including ministers in the government. Issa Pantami, El Rufai in Kaduna is said to be one of the commanders of the bandits, the terrorists. Benue State, Plateau State, all areas in the north are coming under attack. Southwest is not spared, southeast, south, everywhere is under attack. And so Ninas comes in and says, look, this is the template. This is how you can go about doing it. For the region or zones or states or whatever you call it, but we know who we are in our regions. We want to have referendum, a binding referendum to be supervised by the United Nations. This will help to stabilize area, including the emerging nation states. If Muhammadu Buhari wishes Nigeria well, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu wishes Nigeria well, if Olo wishes Nigeria well, who is that other criminal that's seeking to become president? Oh yeah, Rochas Okorocha, that robbed Imo State dry. If they really mean well for Nigeria, let them join the call for referendum. If they really, even like Rochas Okorocha, mean well for any people he built school for in the north, in Meduguri or wherever, if Rochas wishes them well, Rochas Okorocha, this is a public call to you. Join the call for referendum so that we can restore hope and dignity to our people. And if you don't want for our people, at least for those people you are helping in the north, in the far north, them to begin to heal by having whatever they choose to have. Through referendum. And that's what our people are asking for. Not the presidency of Nigeria. We don't need the presidency of Nigeria. A lot of people in different countries don't even know who the president of their country or their prime ministers are, as long as the system is working for them. I mean, not just for them, but for everyone. The system must not be discriminatory. The system must work. It's just like tap. When you turn it, it will run. That's all that we are demanding. And we cannot find it. We can't get Nigeria. And so we're asking for a referendum. The name of our territory will be decided by our people. And that's the message of Ninas, so that we can serve a greater number of people. Let's go through referendum. It's not complicated. God forbid that Nigeria.
And welcome to Which Way Nigeria, the show where we tackle about where we do as a nation and the way forward for we as a people. I'll be your host Mustafa, and I know do alone for studio. Alongside me, I get a representative from NINAS, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. In name, na Alendru, and he go tutorial us about the latest occurrence regarding the Fulani Herdsmen massacre and the Constitutional Force Major. Boss, at the hello. Okay, so tell us small thing about this NINAS. Who be NINAS?
Yeah, NINAS, like the name imply, where you call them the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. It's a body that represents every ethnic nationality of Nigerians in the Middle Belt region, the southwestern region, the south-south region, and southeastern region. NINAS, basically, according to what the Acts had on December 16, 2020, that is last year, publicly proclaimed constitutional grievances concerning all these issues happening here in Nigeria, like the Fulani headsmen and people trying to take over people's land and some other things that does not really occur well with the people, And a couple of demands were made, All of them were centered about having to decommission this constitution that is not going well with us.
I be small now. I've told you this hair is paining me. I beg, don't they shout for me. If a person is going to do
I beg you don't do make person hear waiting in the talk for radio.
Now wow.
I tell you, read here, they don't allow you, do there, they don't allow. Please save yourself. People should allow me concentrate now.
Wow.
Ngozi, I even wanted to ask you, your brothers in the north, when are they going to arrive? With all these stories we are hearing every day.
My sister, I don't come there again, no. They will have to wait for us to have enough money so that they will use the flight. Because I heard the roads are no longer safe.
I am telling you, they are not safe.
They are not safe, my sister.
Their safety is no longer guaranteed in the north. With all these Fulani headsmen killing here and there, cutting across different places, streets, and even the forests.
My sister, you are correct, so. I don't understand what is happening again. People even forget. Have you ever heard of a woman who made an open interview about how her husband and daughter were kidnapped for one of these roads in Ondo State?
I don't mean it.
Oh, that woman. Can you imagine? Those guys raped her and her daughter. Not just that, right in front of her husband. So scary. Very, very scary. Is that not the reason why our brothers in Oyo State are chasing away those Fulani headsmen from their bushes? They don't do self. I beg you, tell me. If you dare here, put mouth for this matter, it concern all of us. It concern you, it concern me. Talk something.
You be like say quick notice don't they smell for your face. But wait, I be on no hear of the video, the training video of we show how these Fulani barbarians massacre our southerners for Abuja Makodi Road. Oh, me no be like side. I dey charge my phone. I for sure love on the video. I for show you the video from my phone. You don't even finish for there. You need to listen to what Governor Oton of Benue State said in his last week press conference. He was insinuating that federal government are indirectly assisting and supporting these Fulani headsmen to continue in the rape massacre, so to take over Nigeria. Just like that.
My sister, if you say like no be lie now, or now like no be lie now, even these Fulanis where they kill and they rape people up and innocent people, their leader will come on which day, and they call them Macy Hala. Come on which day talk say yes, say na them when they do the thing. Say if federal government no meet their demand, say they will bring more people, may they cause kata. Just imagine. Federal government no arrest them all. But these activists from Oyo State, when they call someone like they and me, just come to come defend the people. They arrest them.
Imagine that.
Wait. Think I ask. What think these guys they want? I don't know. What do they want? Oga Tumo. Then God say you there here. I beg, tell us what do they want.
See me see wahala. For sports where they read now.
All of us know now, so you get this thing of your hands. Tell us.
If you must know, from the information I gathered, all they say is they want to be allowed to graze their cows freely in every part of Nigeria as their own, as guaranteed in the 1999 Constitution.
Which land is their own?
Ask me now.
Is it our ancestral land in Uyo? I mean, the one my parents purchased here in Lagos. Which land do they own exactly? I beg, make una leave me for this country matter.
What kind of constitution do we have that we cannot change it before it kills every man in this country? Like, who made the constitution? When was it agreed upon? Like, I don't understand. Someone please explain for me.
This 1999 constitution was in creation of the 1999 regime, military by General Abdul Salam's regime. Was it not that same constitution that is the amendment of Obasanjo's 1979 constitution?
I'll buy you lunch.
So now tell me, how is it expected that this thing is going to be designed or fashioned to totally support the unity or democracy of people with diverse culture, ethnicity, religion? When the military are focused or sees it as a single or a simple command, not even expecting to expect the questioning or accountability of the citizens. This is where Nigeria problem is.
The main problem is Nigeria is structured in a way of no accountability from the government. NSAS is not the problem, nor the police, even the government, not me and you. The problem of Nigeria is the 1999 constitution. And if the leaders will never change this 1999 constitution, who will not do it? Wait.
Basically demanded that the federal government should make a formal announcement acknowledging these constitutional grievances and sovereignty disputes as expressed by the peoples of the South and the Middle Belt. NINAS also demanded that the federal government shows commitment to the total decommissioning of the 1999 constitution as it was done in South Africa during the apartheid era. It also requested that no further election should be conducted under the constitution or sway in any politician under this constitution, as this is what empowers the constitution. Again, NINAS also wants the government to commence the process of reviving the emergence of a fresh constitutional protocol by 2 stages. First, the constituent regional blocks or alliance to first of all put together and rectify their various constitutions by referendum. And in the second stage, negotiate the terms of federating afresh as may be dictated by the referendum from each of these regions and ethnic nationalities. NINAS require that we or every one of us become signatory to the process through the website www.freedomfromnigeria.com. And to get more information, you can actually look up www.ninasffn.org. You'll have more information about NINAS itself. But if you want to have a one-on-one interaction about what we are doing or how you can be part of it, you can call the following telephone numbers: +234 813 425 4584 or 234 705 924 9885. You can as well send an email to us through info@ninasffn.org.
We all want to be millionaires and to live in the air. Oh, let's save Nigeria, so Nigeria will die. Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way?
That will ensure.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
Expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance and dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism. Not surprisingly, states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination, or even in outright cases, secession. The ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states. While it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
A country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state solely for the protection of their environment. To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovietim.
When I saw a note that the bandits are threatening Christians in Zamfara, I asked what is the work of our security agencies. Why would they come out and make such comment when you have not verified it because you are making people be more frightened? I will not stop going to the mosque to pray because I saw in a paper that if I go to the mosque I will be killed. Let me be killed. I must die. So Christians should not be afraid of going to church to worship because an anonymous person is threatening them. This is the Sultan of Sokoto, a former brigadier of the Nigerian military, speaking. He's not offering any solution. Rather, he's telling people to go to the church or to the mosque and get, if they die, they die. That is not a secured environment. That is not reassuring. Rather, we should be talking about how to secure the lives of our people through a binding multi-regional referendum, not exposing people to harm, to death, to terrorist onslaught that is being powered from the presidency, by ministers, by sympathizers of terrorist activities. The Zala movement. These are people in government and outside government that are fueling crisis across Nigeria. They are fueling the killing in the Benue area, in the Middle Belt, in the South, in the entire South. Everywhere is under siege from the Islamic terrorists. And Sultan of Sokoto is telling us that we should continue to do things like nothing is happening. If we die, it is the will of Allah. God forbid, it is not the will of God that we should be facing terrorist activities, terrorist attacks, but we can go through referendum. And where the referendum passes through, then we should have sovereign authorities to protect the people of those areas in the lower Niger territory, Middle Belt and Oduduwa nations. This is what Nigeria must do now to avoid further escalation of the hostilities across the country. As condemned nations continue to trail the killing across the nation, the Sultan of Sokoto has made his reaction known. Speaking on Thursday, December 9, today, The Sultan of Sokoto said that there is no day that passes without people being killed in the northern part of the country. It's not just in the northern part of the country, all over the country. In fact, in the east, people are now playing with severed heads of fellow human beings, which is very barbaric and unfortunate. The Sultan also called on residents of various states across the north never to live in fear of death by bandits' attacks. The Sultan of Sokoto, Said Abubakar, in a report by Tribune, said that majority of the killing spree happening in the country, in the region, is not reported in the media. It's not only in the region. Most of the killings, including police killings and military killings, are not reported. They are all underreported. When they report 5, most likely it's probably more than like quadruple that figure. Everything is toyed with in Nigeria, just like they are playing with the COVID test now that is keeping Nigerians stranded in Europe or in transit. Everything is cooked up. Everything is full of lies. Nothing real. Nothing is real. Everything. Even government, the sitting government, can dabble into terrorist activities while telling the rest of the world that they should consider the plight of the Palestinians. Buhari goes to the UN to preach on the Palestinian cause while actively setting Nigeria on fire by his policies, by funding terrorist activities, using the Miyetti Allah as a front. And sympathizers are in government, and he knows it. He said this at the fourth quarter 2021 meeting of the Nigeria Interreligious Council, NIREC for short, with the team, NIREC, security agencies, and peace in Nigeria. The Sultan, who is also the co-chair of NIREC, said there have been consistent threats by some unknown persons who claim that those found attending churches in Zamfara would be killed. Of course, Christians has been wiped out in states like Borno State, Bauchi, Yobe State. They are either killed or they've been driven into IDP camps within Nigeria or refugee camps in even countries at war like Cameroon has Nigerian refugees in their camps. Chad, Mali, all over the place, including Libya, where people are being traded, auctioned at slave camps, slave markets. The Nigerians are being chased to those places from Nigeria. And Buhari thinks that he's in charge, that we cannot have a multi-regional referendum under his watch. It will be over his dead body. Oh, well. Calling on both Christians and Muslims in the region to ignore this threat, the religious leader said the insecurity in the northern part of the country is overwhelming. It's across Nigeria. The fire is burning across Nigeria. He said Nigeria has a series of challenges facing it. I wish it's just minor challenges. It's an existential challenge. It's at the root, at the foundation of Nigeria. The constitution is the problem. That is why all these things are happening. And if leaders don't wake up and come together to understand the issues facing the country, the challenges will escalate. I don't know what you're waiting for. It's already gone beyond control. The Guardian reports that the Sultan also urged citizens to embrace peace across the country and love one another. How can we love one another when there is a bigot serving as president, when ministers are all bigoted minds, people who have no love for the country or the people, but rather they are clutching onto their tribe and their religion? That does not make for love of country. There is no love of country for Nigeria. For the political leaders, the Sultan said politicians must continue to make platforms available for Nigerians and their supporters to dialogue for peace. Let's dialogue for referendum. Let's go for referendum. That is the thing that will save Nigeria. Everything else is just cosmetic dressing. We are just dressing the surface of the deep-rooted injury that will not heal. Let's put Nigeria through the knife of referendum. Referendum. Nigeria cannot escape it. Or the alternative will be most unfortunate upon the country.
beautiful people, and welcome to Which Way Nigeria, the show where we talk about where we do as a nation and the way forward for we as a people. I'm your host Mustafa, and I know do alone for studio. Alongside me, I get a representative from NINAS, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. In name, na Alendro, and Ingo Tatorios about the latest occurrence regarding the Fulani Herdsmen massacre and the Constitutional Force Major. Boss, Adi hello.
I heard it to my brother.
Okay, so tell us small thing about this NINAS. Who be NINAS?
Yeah, NINAS, like the name imply, where you call them the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. It's a body that represents every ethnic nationality of Nigerians in the Middle Belt region, the Southwestern region, the South-South region, and Southeastern region. NINAS, basically, according to what the Acts had on December 16, 2020, that is last year, publicly proclaimed constitutional grievances concerning all these issues happening here in Nigeria, like the Fulani Herdsmen and people trying to take over people's land and some other things that does not really go well with the people, And a couple of demands were made, All of them were centered about having to decommission this constitution that is not going well with us.
I be small now. I've told you this hair is paining me.
I beg, no they shout for me. If a conscience can't do
I
that.
beg you don't do. Make person hear waiting in the talk for radio.
Now wow.
I tell you, read here, they don't allow you. Do here, they don't allow. Please save yourself. People should allow me concentrate now. Eh?
Wow. Hey, Ngozi, I even wanted to ask you. Your brothers in the north, when are they going to arrive? With all these stories we are hearing every day.
My sister, I don't come here again, no. They will have to wait for us to have enough money so that they will use the flight. Because I heard the roads are no longer safe.
I am telling you, they are not safe.
They are not safe, my sister.
Their safety is no longer guaranteed in the north. With all these Fulani herdsmen killing here and there, cutting across different places, streets, and even the forest.
My sister, you are correct, so I don't understand what is happening again. Before I even forget, have you ever heard of a woman who made an open interview about how her husband and daughter were kidnapped for one of these roads in Ondo State?
I don't mean it.
Oh, that woman. Hey. Can you imagine? Those guys raped her and her daughter. Not just that, right in front of her husband. Hey. So scary. Very, very scary. Is that not the reason why our brothers in Oyo State are chasing away those Fulani herdsmen from their bushes? They don't do self. If you dare here, put mouth for this matter. It concern all of us. It concern you. It concern me. Talk something.
You feel like say quick notice don't they smell for your face.
But wait, Abi una no hear of the video, the training video of where show how these Fulani barbarians massacre our southerners for Abuja Makodi Road. Oh, may not be like that. I dey charge my phone. I for sure love on the video. I for show you the video from my phone. You don't even finish for there. You need to listen to what Governor Otom of Benue State said in his last week press conference. He was insinuating that federal government are indirectly assisting and supporting these Fulani herdsmen to continue in the rape massacre, so to take over Nigeria.
Hey,
just like that.
My sister, if you say like no be lie now, or now like no be lie now, even these Fulanis where they kill and they rape people up and innocent people, their leader will come on which day, and they call them Macy Hala. Come on which day talk say yes, say na there when they do the thing. Say if federal government no meet their demand, say they will bring more people. May they cause kata. Just imagine. Federal government not arrest them. But these activists from Oyo, when they call Samuel Adeyemi, just come to defend the people. They arrest them.
Imagine that.
Wait. Make I ask. Wetin these guys they want? Wetin they want? Oga Tumo, then God say you dey here. Abeg, tell us wetin they want.
See wahala. For sports, where they read now.
All of us know now, say you get this thing of your hands. Tell us.
If you must know, from the information I gathered, all they say is they want to be allowed to graze their cows freely in every part of Nigeria as their own, as guaranteed in the 1999 Constitution.
Which land is their own?
Ask me now.
Is it our ancestral land in Uyo? I mean, the one my parents purchased here in Lagos.
Ask me now.
Which land do they own exactly? I beg, make una leave me for this country matter.
What kind of constitution do we have that we cannot change it before it kills every man in this country? Like, who made the constitution? When was it agreed upon? Like, I don't understand. Someone please explain for me.
This 1999 constitution was in creation of the 1999 regime, military by General Abdul Salam's regime. Was it not that same constitution that is the amendment of Obasanjo's 1979 constitution?
I will buy you lunch.
So now tell me, how is it expected that this thing is going to be designed or fashioned to totally support the unity or democracy of people with diverse culture, ethnicity, religion? When the military focus or sees it as a single or a simple command, not even expecting to expect the questioning or accountability of the citizens. This is where Nigeria problem is.
The main problem is Nigeria is structured in a way of no accountability from the government. NSAS is not the problem, nor the police, even the government, not me and you. The problem of Nigeria is the 1999 Constitution.
And if the leaders will never change this 1999 Constitution, who will now do it for us?
Wait.
Leaders basically demanded that the federal government should make a formal announcement acknowledging these constitutional grievances and sovereignty disputes as expressed by the peoples of the South and the Middle Belt. NINAS also demanded that the federal government shows commitment to the total decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution as it was done in South Africa during the apartheid era. It also requested that no further election should be conducted under the Constitution or sway in any politician under this Constitution, as this is what empowers the Constitution. Again, NINAS also wants the government to commence the process of reviving the emergence of a fresh constitutional code by two states. First, the Constituent Regional Law Alliance to first of all put together and rectify various constitutions by referendum, negotiate the terms of federating pressures may be dictated by the referendum from each of these. NINAS require that we or every one of us become signatory to the process through the website www.freedomfromnigeria.com. And to get more information, you can actually look up www.ninasffn.org. More information about NINAS itself. If you want to have a one-on-one interaction about what they're doing or how you can be part of it, you can call the following phone numbers: +234 813 425 4584 or 234 705 985. You can as well send an email to us through at ninasffn.org.
We all want to be millionaires and to live in the air. Oh, let's save Nigeria, so Nigeria will die. Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria?
an article by Marvelous Marvel. Now, you can't win a battle whose sponsors are your leaders, political leaders and religious leaders. The one behind the terrorist groups across the Sharia belt, the 12 Sharia practicing states of northern Nigeria. They are doing it at the presidency, at the mosque level, at the sheikh. Their traditional leaders are also their police. So these people are setting the whole place on fire, and they think we're in one country. 2 days ago, I spent about 30 minutes on phone with a military general in the theater of war in the Northeast. He spent time with tales of how he recaptured some towns from in the north, in the Northeast, and how he's battle ready. As you just like for Nigeria. I need my friends to return home alive. Hopefully, many of them would be hearing this. Just yesterday, I read of the murder of General Zama Zakusu and other soldiers in Borno State, a state where terrorists hoisted their flags and are collecting taxes in several towns. I called my friend again to go through our discussion of the previous day. It was in 2005 that many of the paid government officials kicked against it and being